Who
Okay.
said pro weenus, by the way? I just caught up to
Me.
that.
Me.
That
Well,
was
I
your
don't know if I
fiance.
said pro weenus, but I said I like weenus better than elbow.
Mm-hmm.
No, you said pro. You said I am pro weenus. That's a
Oh,
direct
okay.
quote.
It's true. I have it on the record. Let me just read it. Pro
Yeah.
Venus. It's right here.
Yep, that's right there. I see it.
It's all right
Legal.
here.
Yep.
Yes.
Anti elbow, pro weenus.
Legal.
That is a
The same.
complicated stance. You
Yeah.
know?
Yep.
Yeah.
So, like, it's the bones you don't like?
Yeah.
Jesus.
You love the pleasure.
My
All right.
God.
And on that note,
Nice little baby cheeky face.
everyone have their charades ready?
Yeah.
Oh no.
We're going to do an abridged one this time, or at least
Yeah,
try.
please.
When last we met, Alinea had just cut up to Bowden, Arl, and Avelina at the lighthouse. Upon discovering the dark thoughts and fears surrounding this disabled captain, Alinea eased the situation with some dark humor, discussing the option for 2 eye patches. After a good laugh, Bowden began to explain the journey of the Kalypso from Ice Haven to Easel Cross and then into the storm. They found the eye after 6 days and the secret that lay within, a wrecked ship and the hag who lived there. Attacked by sea spawn, they were pulled one by one until a deal was struck. Oh. Bowden gave up everything to see Avelina one more time, but the witch had the final laugh. After an inspiring discussion with Avelina and Bowden agreed to help them on their journey to Easelcross. Bowden only hopes she can inspire the crew to return. Meanwhile, back at the ship, Veritan was stuffing a very large bolt of silk into his cloak while Billy and Eve discussed the sails on deck. Gimgen, the dwarven boy, desperately trying to find the scientific principles into why ships float, is convinced by Billy to explain that 1,000 tiny mermaids carry the boat. He's told to convey this to Veritan at a later time. After he's inspired to summon Ringo and his invisible servant, Billy rejoins them at the Kalypso, and it seems that Ringo somehow remembered the frog incident. Elenia rejoins them as well, filling in everything that happened at the lighthouse, and Eve and Billy decide that the bolts of silk could be used for the sails if nothing else is available. While Eve works on the sails, the 3 return to the inn to talk with Elro and the sailors. The mood is sour on arrival, but Elro seems impressed by Billy's handling of the Kalypso repairs, and while Veritan observes, Elenia talks to the sailors about the situation and requests their aid. The twins, Ruskaff and Raglin, are not convinced, but when she conjures a cloud of fog charged with lightning inside the building, they change their minds with zeal. Cord is with us, they continue to chant. Elro promises 2 glass blades and will find a diamond for Veritan, and Eve seems to have noticed several figures watching from the work from a distance. Veritan continues to go to the yard, back and forth, picks up his thick winter cloak from Brennan. Billy commissions a cloak for himself on top of the armor being currently made. Later, Veritan identifies the items he has found along the way, along with a +1 arrow, or several of them, and notices the scroll case has some interesting notes. And after he coats the outside in ink, he rolls it in parchment while the intersecting lines...
What do they do? What do they do?
Do they intersect?
How hard are the sections?
intersect.
Intersext?
All I have in my notes is witness
Intersect.
and elbows. As they go all to go to bed, Billy receives quite a large donation for playing that evening, especially from Arl, and Linnea fills Bowden in on her companions. The following morning, Billy meets up with Werbin, the ship's boatswain, and requests their aid in the rebuilding of the Kalypso. He and the lads will dive right in. Veritan, having been thinking about this item all night, notices that 6 distinct parallel lines along with intersections that have circles on them seem to be on the sheet that he was looking at. It seems to be flowing lines connecting the circles in various ways. Back at the ship, Bowden laughs at the new sails, but tells them that they will be the finest of skirts. The Pride silk will make the fine sails, if not be very expensive.
Where?
Eve-
Oh, go ahead.
Eve, Elenia, and Billy pick up the ice-scale leather armor, which is surprisingly, additionally fine. Veritan learned that the sea hags are especially terrifying from Trevor, but didn't gain much else. They continue to discuss the plans for their trip and what resources they have with Veritan, identifying the new armor on Eve. As this happens, Gimgim returns with a series of mermaid diagrams to Billy's delight, and to Veritan's deep pleasure. As each of them begins to settle down, Eve stops by to spend a moment with the afflicted tiefling girls. However, Billy is interrupted in the middle of the night by Arl, who reveals that they have been sitting on a secret this entire time. Literally. His old flame, Clara Silverstone, seemed to be into something called the Lunar Tides and a world without a captain.
What the fuck that means?
Mm-hmm. All right. So
All right,
now that we're
boys.
done with that,
Oh, whoops. Hold on. We're all misplaced in this stream real quick.
it's all good. I was
No,
fucking.
not misplacing the stream.
We're just a little misplaced.
Oh, look at the little chicken that I
Oh,
have.
we're just a little misplaced.
Why can't I move? Oh, there we go. We're not misplaced anymore. Wonderful. All right, we're good. The hell is that?
You.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Yeah, man, I was born ready. Let's do this.
Okay. We are going to start. All right.
Yeah.
You all are waking up in the morning, and each of you is kind of dealing with your own thoughts. Who would like to jump in first? Billy, are you doing anything besides your normal calisthenics?
I'm gonna practice again with a dagger in my offhand.
Okay.
Um,
Go ahead and one more time make an attack roll onto George with your rapier, and then a sleight of hand check.
Uh,
All right, go ahead and roll for damage.
okay.
And sleight of
And
hand check.
then it's a 14.
Okay, go ahead and attack with your rapier. I mean, with your dagger.
That's a 21.
Be
Go
gentle.
ahead and roll for damage.
Be gentle.
Be gentle with George.
Okay.
5.
Billy, once again, as you were summoning your aura, getting into Super Saiyan level 3, just ha! Veritan and Eve, you are both hearing Billy next door, just kind of like channeling this energy. You are just moving around the room, kind of dodging, dashing, dodging George's blows, and then you just leap in and make a stab. Beautiful stab, goes right through this dummy. And then as you come around, come at me, George. Spinning around in place, you actually manage to use your dagger and make an attack. And it is clean. You completely decapitate George, who's once again on the floor, looking up at you, both dejected and proud at the same time.
Right. George and I have a love-hate relationship.
Mm-hmm.
This is pretty much it.
But
Right.
you feel confident, having kind of gotten used to the idea of using that second hand in a way that you haven't before.
Cool. When I'm done with my calisthenics and my training, I want to. I'm gonna tune my lute and take care of that, and then I also want to look a little bit deeper into, not too much, just look at maybe the page of like a page of Clara's notes that I found last night.
What are you looking for?
I want to look at the design of the new stringed instrument. I just want to look at it and see if there's if more directly like how it relates to a lute and what she was trying to go for here.
Okay. Go ahead and make an insight check. As this is going on, Veritan, what are you doing?
I am going to just pack up my stuff and maybe make an early walk down to the boat, just see where it's at.
Perfect. Okay. So you're just heading out, right?
I'm just gonna get I'll just
all right. Eve, what are you doing?
So as I hear Billy screaming, I'm like, well, I guess that's my cue. I need to get up, and I kind of like quickly try to pack everything and make sure I have everything in order.
Mm-hmm.
I get the little, things ready for the sails.
Okay.
And pack that away and make sure I have everything. And I want to go downstairs and grab a bite to eat.
Okay. As you're doing this, you just notice that you're just kind of, it's cold. It just seems like there's a draft inside the inn. You just feel colder than you usually have. You're just moving a little slow today. And you're just kind of getting ready and you start heading downstairs.
Okay.
Okay. All right, Billy.
Mhm.
I'm gonna jump to you. Uh, Veritan, would you say at this point that you left a little earlier? Just
Yeah.
to, okay,
Yeah, probably just when the sun started to come up.
perfect.
Yeah.
Okay, and you're just going specifically towards the Calypso at this point. Are you packed and ready to go? Just so
I'm
I can
all
have an idea
good
for it.
to go. I mean, I know that Arl, or whatever his name was, supposed to give me the diamond, so...
Elro.
Elro, yeah.
Mhm.
But he was supposed to meet down at the boat, so...
Perfect. Okay. So you're looking to meet up with Elro. All right. And let's jump over to Billy. Um, Hold on one second, Billy. I'm sorry, I lost my paper that I was looking for.
No worries. You can just give it to me later.
Found it.
After I look at the paper and I look at it, I'm going to make my way downstairs and head toward the ship to see how the progress is going.
Okay. And are you kind of, just to get an idea, are you packed up and have all your things that you need right now, or are you just kind of going about your day normally?
I'm going about my day.
Okay. Are you stopping by to get food?
No. I'm just gonna head straight toward.
Perfect.
Well, I'll probably grab like a roll or like a scone or something on my way out.
Sounds good. As you are heading down, Eve, you are at the staircase, and you come downstairs, and you do notice Arl once again at the bar. The inn, it's early. People tend to be just not up this early.
Okay.
It seems like a few of the sailors are kind of bustling around, but for the most part, everyone's kind of doing their thing. And Arl kind of waves at you and kind of brings you over.
Oh,
Good morning, Eleni. I mean, Eve. What can I get for you too?
hi.
Uh,
Yeah? What's wrong?
have you been feeling all right today?
I mean, I'm a bit cold, but
And as you're saying this, Billy, you end up coming down the stairs as well, just kind of catching the end of this conversation, as Arl is just staring wide-eyed at Eve. Um, Eve, have you seen yourself this morning? I just, are you, would you say, slower than usual?
yeah, but I figured it's just the coldness of outside, and I mean, I don't believe there's a mirror in my room.
Uh, hold on one second. And Arl goes in the back and just starts rummaging around for some things, looking around. Billy, once you're coming down the stairs, you kind of catch the end of this as you're heading out.
Hey Eve, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go head down to the ship to see how the progress is going. You wanna come with?
Yeah, I was just gonna grab something to eat, just
Yeah,
to
we're gonna just throw you
get
up here.
myself going. I think I'm a little, cold. Just gonna warm myself up and then come and finish up the sail so we're ready to go.
Do I notice anything weird about her?
Immediately, as she's talking and you looking at her, you notice that there are blue veins creeping up her neck.
Oh shit.
I come right up to Eve, and I just say, I say, forgive me one moment, and I just kind of like lightly touch her collar and just kind of like do this just to see
Ooh.
if
And at
it's.
that moment, All comes back with it looks like a very tarnished old kind of mirror. It looks like, and just looking at you like,
Oh my god.
sorry.
Uh,
Eve, are you feeling okay?
I mean, well, I was just feeling cold and a little slower than usual, but I figured it was cold outside, and I was going to check the weather in the morning to see how we would sail.
Okay. Do
Oh,
I have anything? And I
Uh,
do I?
G-
I mean,
As
I know
so,
I'm blue,
so
but is there
all is
anything?
holding a mirror now, and he's like Billy, maybe just, and he just kind of hands you the mirror as Eve, if you'd like, you can assess for Billy as well. Billy,
uh,
go ahead and make an insight check.
Yeah, grab him by the
Okay.
tail. Yeah, yeah.
Yep.
I like
Yeah.
that. I like that.
hold on.
I like tail play.
Yeah.
Not 20. Billy, you
Nat 20.
you notice that you're just feeling great. You get that flashback once again. You're about to get on a boat. You don't feel anything. In fact,
no.
you feel chipper as hell, and you cannot wait to get on your day. Whatever Eve seems to have, it doesn't feel like it's affecting you.
Okay.
Eve, you get the sense that actually, go ahead and make an insight check, Eve.
Okay. Sorry, I was just looking at the insight.
Eve, you get the idea that that somehow you had come in contact and just couldn't shake it off whatever this was, but you notice immediately as you start moving around and doing things that you just feel a little colder. But despite feeling kind of colder, now that you're actually in your armor, your new clothes and everything that you just got, you feel pretty good. You were cold in the morning, but then after you put everything on, you're feeling all right. But you've noticed that you're just slower, and you realize that your speed has gone down from 30 to 25.
Mm.
So
Eve,
you
did you touch the vial at all?
I
The cracked
didn't
one?
touch the vial at all. I didn't
Is
touch it at all. I did go visit the girls, but I didn't think it could spread like that.
Is Alenia staying? Veritan's staying here. Is Alenia staying here, or is she staying at the lighthouse? Do we know where Alenia is?
I think Alenia's staying at the lighthouse.
Okay. I'm gonna go stay here, drink something warm. I'm gonna go see Veritan, and I'm gonna run up to Veritan. Yeah, yeah.
No, if you're going to Veritan, listen. If this is going to be, I have to put up the sails before I'm completely unable to move. So as soon as you tell Veritan, let's go, and I'll put up.
Before you get the idea that this is an instant kind of thing, just Ergon took a while, and it seems from what Elro's been saying that this, whatever this is, it's not like an overnight thing. It's gonna take a minute. So if you're feeling okay-ish for now, then I think, as you said before, the best plan is to find, well, a cure or whatever is in Easel Cross that you're heading to.
I'm already heading up the stairs. I'm heading toward Veritan's.
Okay, you're upstairs and you are already coming to Veritan's room and you're knocking.
Yeah, and I knock a rapid.
And I left
Veritan, are you
behind
there?
a
Yes,
secret voice message that was magical. Veritan is not here right now. If you'd like to come back at another time, please, don't.
Oh, Veritan! No, your message, one, it's very rude, and two, I need to talk to you now.
If you'd like to speak with Veritan, he is not here right now. Please.
Unfortunately, Veritan does not know the magic mouth spell, but if he did, that would be a lovely spell to have.
Veritan, this is no time for games.
You
Open the door, damn it!
that no one is answering.
Open the door.
The door, damn it! I keep. Is there an actual answer from Veritan?
There's no answer. There's nothing.
I try to open the door.
Did you lock your door?
No, I wouldn't have locked it.
Okay. You open it. Get inside.
Is he there?
You look at it. At the bottom of the screen.
Oh, sorry.
You're
Tell
in
me,
his,
is he there?
You're
Is
in
he
his
there?
room. You immediately look around. Just from what you can tell, he's not here. In fact, it looks like he tidied things up and things are kind of as they were.
I've gone for the winter.
Okay. I go back down.
Okay.
Yeah.
You are heading back down.
Veriton's not there. He left a very rude message about it, but I couldn't. But I don't know where he is. But we should definitely check on Elenia. Let's head down. Let's get to the ship.
Let's just continue with the day, and let's not. I mean, it can't be undone quite yet. So let's just continue on our voyage and see where we go from there. We got to get the sails up anyway.
I think that's a good plan. I'll get you some hot, Eve. And Arl just goes back into the kitchen and start rummaging around, and it looks like he's pulling out some fresh bread from the hearth, and it looks like he's getting just some stew from the previous night to dip in it.
This is brilliant. This is delicious. I mean, to make you boys feel better, I do feel quite warm in this armor, actually. Before I put it on, it was pretty cold, but now I'm warm, which is why I didn't think this was happening, but yeah.
This whole time, Billy is impatiently like tapping his fingers on the bar, just like thoughts in his head, just waiting to leave.
Perhaps just with everything else going on, might be. I mean, sorry, Eve. It might be a bit much to, well, have other people.
See.
That's up to you, but you got already a lot of people trying to get a look at the family upstairs. So.
Well, okay, and so I guess I'll button up as much as I can, and I guess I'll tell Elenia and Veriton when we're on the ship alone.
That's up to you. Just more so, just to keep your eyes peeled.
Thank you.
All right.
And then I want to eat the food really quick, and because I noticed Billy.
Okay, Eve is just scarfing down the food once again. Billy, you have seen Eve eat before, and it is impressive. She is just diving.
Girl can really put it away. Wow. All right, you ready to go?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. We're gonna jump to Veriton now.
Okay. Veriton.
Moving to Veriton.
Anybody else feel that?
We're actually gonna jump here.
I felt like a jump.
Oh, jumping.
Travel
as you get up again, you made your way out. It was kind of dark at this point, just not necessarily dawn, but at the same time though, you woke up earlier than everyone else, and you are kind of just making your way down slowly. The day, it seems a little just kind of overcast outside. It's not as clear as it's been lately, and as you're heading down to the yard, you do notice just that once again the storm on the horizon that you've seen time and time again now, it's getting closer. It just feels like it's bigger than it was before. The yard is just kind of getting it's opening up in a sense. There are people moving down to the Kalypso, doing the last minute preparations that you guys had already been working on for the past few days. Some people are just kind of getting into the rhythm of doing things. At this point, from where you are, I'd say it's probably close to about 7:30. Billy, you woke up around more so about 8:30ish or so, for some perspective. As you come into the yard again, you just see everyone getting ready. The ship. Go ahead and make an investigation check.
I shall.
Investigation.
Investigation.
Oh shit.
20.
While you don't really know much on ships, you've been documenting a lot in the past few days and talking to an unusual amount of people, just to get different insights on what makes a ship, how this is, what this is, what they're working on, and all these various factors. And you've managed to put together a rather thorough list in your head of what this ship takes to run. Despite the fact that you're not a sailor in any way, you do have a fairly good understanding about the Kalypso and her seaworthiness, as well as kind of what she can do on the water. Additionally, you realize that the sails themselves, now that you understand it's made of this stuff called pride silk, as Bowden had said earlier, it rings a bell to you. It sounds kind of familiar, like you've heard it from someone before. Perhaps Arwen. Um, Maybe the name kind of just seems a little familiar. And then as you're discussing kind of like what it is and such, you do see just that the sails are very sturdy. They're looking quite nice overall, and the ship looks vastly superior to how she came in. In fact, um, looking at from how it was in a matter of days to what it is now, it is like an entirely different ship, almost in terms of how much repair work and how much work has been done to just rebuild it. There's a lot of new work, and it looks quite nice.
Awesome. Is there, do I see Elro anywhere, or possibly the two glass blades we were told would be assigned to our campaign?
As you're looking around, you do uh, feel as though someone is watching you. And turning around, you do catch the eyes of Elro coming down. Um, there are two short glass blades in tow. Go ahead and make a insight check.
Okay. What do you mean by I feel like somebody's watching me?
It was just the eyes of Elro, is what you gather.
Sweet. Okay. Hang on. 19.
Okay. As they're coming down, you just kind of hear their voices once again. And one of them, let's see here. Why, Thorn, it's a wee bit early for us. I don't know, perhaps we could do this another time. I mean, Nordak and myself, I mean, I'm Nordak, but Thorn and myself, Nordak, I feel sick to my stomach. And you just hear kind of this back and forth from these two dwarves as they're approaching, and Elro seems very unamused by them. But their voices sound surprisingly familiar, and you get the idea that you've heard their voices before. And you get a little bit of a flashback to when you arrived in town and the guards that you heard talking to you.
Great. Are they up next to me at this point?
Veritin, good to see you. The ship is looking quite nice, I must say. Can't believe this all managed to get done in such a short amount of time.
Yes, we do thank the town for their help. I do believe we are shortly underway by the looks of the ship. At least I assume this is what it should look like by the time it's all done.
Yes, I can't say that the last time I saw this. Well, the Kalypso is a fine ship. She hasn't looked this good in quite some time. It's impressive, I must say.
Is there
I
like a
have the
hustle
things.
and bustle around us, by the way? Like, is there people kind
It's
of
not.
like...
People are more so just kind of like gathering down. It's still a little early where things like the yard people are still kind of like going into their wares. It's like people are kind of setting up shop in a sense, like prepping things. Those that were doing the task of like fixing the ship and getting the last things done, you can see like there's like they're trailing in and everyone's starting to kind of get into the task. But it's not like it's like crazy busy right now. Especially like you are more so at the dock area, kind of looking at the ship, but not necessarily in the middle of like where all the repair work was being done. So you have more.
What about like crew, like crewmen for the ship?
Looking at it right now, you do see that the sailors, from the ones that you had met the other day, it does look like they are there and they are working with the villagers, kind of looking over the fine adjustments and various things. Kind of each of them, it looks like has overtaking a small task.
Cool. So it's all underway. Okay, cool.
Yes, things are actively, it seems like, being done, and the sailors themselves have kind of taken charge in a sense of getting the final arrangements done.
Great. And kind of as I'm observing everything, I do have my book in hand where I've been kind of drawing the ship itself. And I would have been drawing the ship as a like cut down the center of like the layers and everything, kind of like documenting what I know about it, just so I can really understand. That's like how I begin to understand the workings of this thing.
Absolutely.
I would put the book away as I'm talking to Elro.
And as you were kind of going over this too, I would say that you had noticed that that from how the ship looked in the beginning, it looks like there was claw marks all over the railings and various things. There was a lot of damage, internal damage in various spots. A lot of that has been fixed. The only thing that seems to have kind of not really been fixed fully is the figurehead. It still seems to have a clawed-off face.
Got it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What was the figurehead of? Is it still like somewhat there?
Uh, it looks like it was of a woman in a very sleek dress, almost as if it was kind of flowing around behind her, like currents,
Got it.
kind of like leaning out, bosom out.
Okay. Cool.
I uh, I have something for you. I will not lie; it was a little difficult to come by, but um, well, as I said before, and he kind of looks back at the glass blades and then leans in closer to you and just says, "My contact with the buyer, we have a means of doing things, so I was able to procure what you had asked. Um, and here," and he hands you a bag.
And I will take the bag and kind of just squish it in my hand. Does it feel like?
It feels like there's coin inside for the agreed amount, and there also feels like there's like a smaller pouch inside as well.
Uh, I'm gonna open it up and look inside just to confirm what
Okay.
I.
Looking inside, you do confirm that the stone that you were looking for is indeed there. It feels at least like what it would be.
Cool. I'm gonna wrap it up, and then I'm going to put it in my hand and have Rune come up and take it and bring it to my pocket.
Um, and Elro just kind of looks at you and I
By any
that's
chance, you said you're the buyer. Is that a local here?
no. Uh Thorin Nodak, why don't you get your things ready? I expect you to be here within the hour, and this is Veritan. He and well, everyone else on the ship. I expect you to look after.
And
They are important people to myself and Palebank, and they deserve to be treated as such.
and I'll take my hood off as he's saying that, and I'll go for a handshake for them. Um, it's a pleasure to
Oh,
meet you, gentlemen.
hi, lad.
I believe,
Oh,
if I'm not mistaken, you were the two guards that were standing watch a few nights ago on the tower on the east side of the wall, I believe.
uh, hi, lad.
South.
We were on the southwestern side, but how did you know we were standing watch?
I
I I can't even remember that us standing watch ourselves. And you just see Elro just eye Thorin.
Yeah, well, you do have quite distinguished voices, if I do say myself.
I hear that, Nordak. We gotta might need to be a wee bit quieter than usual.
It's all right. I think taking a little bit of what you guys carry in yourselves is going to be nice for the journey ahead. We want to keep our spirits high as we venture out to that out there.
And you just hear them both chuckle. I keeping our spirits high. We might go take care of that right now. And the two kind of just chuckle at each other and just kind of wander off. And Elro just looks at you and just goes,
So those are the
"They're
best
the
that you
best
could
that I
find?
could do in such a short time."
Who, by any chance, is...
So, as we were saying, the buyer.
yes.
Um, Here's what I will say. Um,
Is this a danger to you, this person?
no, once you get to Sirenlaya, okay. So you will be traveling to the Uthodurnian outpost on Foran, which is the island on Easel Cross, the largest one.
Dude.
Look for a dwarf named Orvo Mustav. From the from the logs that we have, it seems that Ergon had worked with Orvo the most, and it's likely that the last expedition was done with him. The buyer tells me that Orvo has become a bit of a recluse of late, but I think he's worth finding.
So you bought this from somebody overseas?
Yes. So
How did you...
the buyer, as I was saying, is we have a means of communication. That is what they call themselves, but they're basically an elf. They live in Sirenlaya, and I work with them as well as Uthojern, and we have a means to teleport between various between each other, basically.
Is there any way that we may possibly? Is there any way I could see that before we leave on this journey? Possibly not take this ship through the storm. That's
It's
currently.
not that kind of teleport. It's a small chest, well, a chest, I should say. What I tell you is highly secretive, and I would ask that you keep it to yourselves. I'm only telling you because I trust you, and I would say that the buyer, while they will be impressed with this knowledge, additionally will be careful with that knowledge as well.
Okay.
Essentially, once you receive the cure, you have the option to come back, or if it expedites the process, and if you find it, you can give it to the buyer and they can send it directly to me.
What is the price to use this person's chest?
We already have an arrangement, and for the time being, there is no price.
All right. So DM, can you just give me all that info, because that was a lot of just stuff, names I don't know, and kind of locations. So,
I'm going to give you just a breakdown of what you need to know.
yeah.
Okay.
So Uthadurian is a place.
Uthodurnian is essentially like Uthodurn is the place that you are kind of within, like
Yep.
LA of LA kind of.
Yep.
Uthodurnian
Yep.
you get is the term used for it would be like American versus
got
the
it.
Americas, you know.
So this guy Orvo Mustave.
Mustave.
Oh, great! I did spell that right.
Mm-hmm.
So is located in Serenlaya.
Serenlaya is the town that you are currently heading to.
Oh,
So,
okay, got it.
For
Yep.
some perspective, you are all heading to Easel Cross, but Easel Cross is a series of like larger islands altogether, from what you saw on your map.
Yep.
Foreign is the name of the largest and centermost of those islands, and Serenlaya is the outpost that you are sailing to.
Great. Do we know how long it will take to get there?
Well, from what Bowden has said in the past, it takes about 9 days, but with that storm, who even knows?
Okay, so good to know.
And then, if there are any other questions before you leave, I will be here to see you off. But perhaps in the meantime, do whatever else you need to get ready. I can imagine that the ship will be ready within a few hours, at least around noon, if not sooner. But that's really on whenever you are ready and whenever Bowden is ready to leave.
Got it. Yes, I think we do have some final preparations. I know Billy kind of took charge in a lot of this, so getting his word and all clear would be beneficial to the campaign ahead of us. I believe he may be down here shortly, as this is...
And on that note, I would say that it's been long enough. Alenia, would you say that you would have left at this point, prior to all this?
Yeah, I would say I'm already on my way down to...
Perfect. So at this point, Veritin, you have been talking to Elro, kind of seeing over things and such. Billy, you and Eve are already on your way, and you're kind of arriving now at the yard. It's closer to about 8:30ish at this point. Alenia, you also are kind of heading in from the lighthouse as well. Bowden and Avelina had left just a little bit before you. Veritin, you do see Bowden and Avelina kind of in the distance, but they're moving at a slower pace. Billy, you see Veritin talking to Elro as you're coming down to the yard with Eve.
I see Veritin first before I see Alenia.
You see, Alenia's not here quite yet. She's coming down from
Okay. The second I see Veritin, I'm going to run to him.
Okay.
And I'm gonna open my arms to catch him.
Arms open.
Are you doing the Dirty Dancing lift?
I see him, and I kind of just push Elro out of the way, and I open my arms.
And I leap into Zach's arms as he lifts me up.
And I actually lift him up. And then we dance around, and I say, "Good morning, Billy."
You're a strong
Good
elf,
morning,
huh?
Oh,
Alenia,
Barrington,
you
I love the way
you
you hold me
see
like
in the
this.
distance this image. But
And in
Veritin, Veritin, you see Billy and Eve both just running up to you at a surprisingly fast pace. Eve, you are moving still slower than usual.
Yeah.
Billy is beating you. Um,
Oh, Billy's up in the air on my arms. So
okay.
Yeah. We're having a very serious conversation
Yeah.
while we're dirty.
Is everything okay?
As I'm up in the arms, Veritin, are you feeling slow or cold by any chance?
Feeling fine. And I'm
I've
gonna
never
put
felt
him
more
down.
free. I've never felt more free than in your arms.
I'll put him down. Why? What's wrong?
And then
I'm gonna catch up.
And I'll just open my arms to you as
Winded.
well.
Is Elro around? He's here, right?
Yeah, he
Elro
is
is literally standing next to Veritin.
He's right
and,
here.
looking at you.
Okay.
Yes, Billy. And Elenia, at this point, you do see them in the distance as you're coming up. It looks like Bowden and Avelina have had kind of just made their way over to the ship and are talking with people doing preparations of such. So, Elenia, you do notice them. You'll be there in about 30 seconds.
And
I'm
I'm gonna turn to Billy,
I just say,
and I'm gonna say,
Ver-
I'm glad Bowden didn't see that.
No, but
That
I
is
did. And
terrible.
to Veritin, I'm gonna say, do me a favor, just do I notice any like blue in his neck? Like how much is
Veritin,
your
is
his
your
neck?
hood down right now? You had taken it down, correct?
I would have taken it down when I
Perfect.
introduced myself to the dwarves.
Immediately upon looking at Veritin, his pale skin, you don't see anything.
And I'm just like, is everything all right?
Yes, is everything all right?
Eve, would you want to show them?
Yeah, I guess I will. We're on the ship, and as long as it doesn't leave the ship, so we don't get a crowd. But
I'm gonna as you kind of say that, I'm gonna oh, never mind. Damn, I'm not gonna. Oh wait, I am going to. I'm going to throw up a like stack of barrels all around us in an illusion.
Okay.
So that we're rolling.
Great. And Elenia, as you're kind of getting closer, you do see where they all are, and you notice all of these barrels as Veritin kind of makes this elaborate display for a second. All these barrels just go and just kind of pop up all around them. And it looks like it fits into the dock, but at the same time, though, you just watch this happen.
Is everything all right, Eve?
well, I didn't notice it while waking up, and Elro, right? No,
Elro, you're right.
Elro made me realize that I have widget woe.
And I'm gonna go over and just examine. How are you feeling?
Bit cold before putting on my armor. Thought it was just the weather and the morning breeze.
I'm gonna grab her hands and look at her hands, just make sure there's nothing.
And
Is nowhere else that you know of?
and I'm a bit slower today. But no, I haven't noticed it on my hands or just. I mean, I haven't checked other than my neck, but tonight I'll have a look when I get changed.
All right, and I kind of turn to Billy, and you're all right? Is there anything with you?
I'm fine. I'm very fine. How are you? I wanted to see if you.
I'm doing
Where
all
at
right,
all?
but we should keep this amongst ourselves as to not to frighten the crew before we send off.
Yeah.
Yeah. I see Alenia's coming, so we should let her know and ask how she's feeling.
And I will just kind of, if I can, actually, I don't know if I can manipulate it. Can I manipulate my?
Normally, no.
As the image changes location, you can alter its appearance so that its moves appear natural. I can.
Can you?
Yeah. Yeah, I'll just send off some barrels and I'll have them roll. Because
Okay.
I
The
can.
barrel's just kind of like with the wind,
Yeah.
rolling down. And you see several people, like commoners, and just kind of moving out of the way as these barrels just roll down the docks inexplicably.
Cool. And I wanted to kind of open up a door so they could see us inside.
Okay.
And
Lenny, you now visibly see them through the illusion that you'd already seen. The doorway is open, kind of.
And I'll just flag them in.
You're flagging who in?
It's just Alenia. Bowden and Avelina right now are kind of doing their own thing, it looks like. They're talking to the sailor, getting ready. It seems like it was just Alenia.
Okay.
Right. So I'm just gonna kind of walk up and be like, so yeah, how are you guys doing today? Just flash my hand in front of my face, kind of. Because I kind of woke up a little different.
As she does this, you visibly notice the veins kind of coming up her hand as well as up her neck a little bit. Seem very similar to Eve's.
Yeah, actually, I'm in the same situation as you, except for I've just noticed it on my. Honestly, I had Elro pointed out to me, not on my hands.
Looking down at your arms, you do see kind of a faint thing, just similar to hers as well. Alenia just seems a little bit bluer than you, just in general.
Right.
She's a blue girl.
Uh-huh.
Elena, you feeling okay?
I mean, I'm a little slow or a little slower and a little cold, like not as bad as when I woke up. I didn't even notice this when I first woke up. I had a really vivid dream and I ran outside because I thought that something was going on with the weather and it was just my own body with this. But you seem to be fine, Veritan. You seem to be fine also. So,
Veritan
WTF, yo?
Did you didn't touch the vial at all?
I never touched
the cracked
that vial.
one.
No, I was there with you all. No one touched it, from what I can tell. At least at Veritan, unless you showed it afterwards.
No.
Did you guys ever have? Did you make like contact with the girls, like, or with their parents? Like, did any of you guys? We did. Eve, you and I did. That's why I'm wondering if this can be passed person to person.
From what information that we have right now, it seems like the only way that it can be passed is with the blue dust inside the vials, which explains why.
Yeah, we were all exposed. We were all exposed.
You mean like this dust?
Yeah, when you opened that chest in the cave, we were all exposed to it then.
Yeah.
It's
So why are Eve
possible
and I affected and you guys are not?
it's possible that they somehow were able to shrug it off. I'm not quite sure how it works, but
Hold on, who's your character you're playing right now, Joey?
Elro.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. It's possible they were able to shrug it off. Perhaps is this the chest that you were referring to, Veritan, before, when you said that you were all exposed?
Yes, there was an explosion of blue dust, but that
I'd imagine that might be. Well, from what we know, it takes a few days for symptoms to show. So perhaps this is a
this is
bad
most
sign,
likely it.
a good sign at the same time. That at least, I hate to say it, but it seems that forgive me. The two of you are affected, and that is serious enough as it is.
It's. I mean, this has been serious from the get-go, but now it's affecting our own little party here. Listen, Elro, no more time to talk. We need to get this ship in ship shape.
Yes.
What have you been here long? How does the progress look? What needs to be?
It seems like Bowden is right over there. You could perhaps talk to him, but from what I can tell, everything seems pretty ready. I head straight to
Bowden. I don't even let him finish a sentence. I just go straight to
Bowden. Veritan, I think that's what you need right now, at least, is taken care of. I will be here later to see you off if there's anything that comes to mind. But let me know. And Thorin and Nordak, they should be here soon. I will make sure that they behave best as they can.
All right, thank you very much, and make sure they sober it up just a little bit before they get to you if you can.
Yes, I will see that they aren't in too high of spirits.
Thank you.
Okay, and I would need to.
Is there a bell on our ship, by the way? Is there like a ting ting, like a sailway bell?
There is a bell on the docks, from what you can see. You when you were investigating the ship, you actually didn't really see a bell on the ship itself.
Okay. But is there one nearby?
Yeah, they have one at the docks that they were ringing initially when the ship had come in.
Great. I will let him know at first bell we will be departing shortly from there. So if we can have everything arranged by that point of the chime, that would be wonderful.
Yes, perhaps ring it 3 times just to make sure it transmits. But 3 times, I think that would be good, and everything should be ready from there. Talk to Bowden and see that everything is in order. But I'm not a sailor, but from what I can tell, it seems like our next plan is if Easel Cross might hold our answers. And I pray that your journey is as safe as it can be with that storm on the horizon. But once you get there, seek out the buyer and seek out Orvo. And I would say find Ergon's trail. It seems that wherever he had found this, I would assume that the Aeorians would have the same cure.
Do you mind if I walk with you for a minute?
Very well.
And I'm gonna leave, and then before I do, and I'm gonna turn to Eve and Eleni and just be like, as I kind of start to dissolve the illusion, if we can just cover yourselves up. I'm gonna throw rags at them.
Veritan, when you look at Eve's eyes, go ahead and make a Constitution saving throw. I mean, Elenia's eyes.
What? All right, let's see. Come on.
Yeah.
Come on.
Kill him.
Yeah.
Despite the fact that Elenia is staring daggers at you, you do not take any psychic damage.
Yeah. And I walk away.
Well, I'm gonna button myself up and kind of push Veritan out of the way as I walk past him and deal with the sails.
Great.
Yeah, I mean, I would say I grabbed some sort of cloak before I left the house because I'm not just walking out.
Yes,
covered in
at this
blue-ass
point,
bands.
you had gathered the items that you needed to be ready.
Yeah.
Do you feel? Would you have say that you got everything, or do you need to make a return trip to gather any other items? But you're wearing your normal clothes for right now.
I would say I just kind of like grabbed everything that I would need leaving the lighthouse. That's why I was the last one behind, because obviously this is now a bigger situation.
Oh,
than
and
before.
your mother before you left had handed you a very thick winter cloak, fearing that you would be cold as hell.
Yeah.
So that is the last of the items that you need,
Okay.
along with the boots and the gloves that you now have. Okay. Billy, on to you
Yep.
for a second. You see
So
Bowden.
so just essentially, I'm talking to Bowden about what needs, what's left.
Okay.
Like that needs attention on the ship.
Good morning, lad. I hope that you slept well.
Yes. I'm sorry, Bowden. We don't have a whole lot of time for pleasantries right now, but we must get the ship going. How's the status?
Well, from what Avelina has been telling me, and as well as the crew, I think that we could be ready to sail within the next few hours. I'd say it's
Great.
about... Avelina, what time would you say it is? I think it's about around 8:30, and it's from what we can tell, it seems like, yes, perhaps Billy by, say, 10:30. We could be
Is there-
ready to leave at the earliest.
Is there anything that I can do to help expedite this? Personally, is there any assistance that I can personally do to help out?
At this point, Billy, I think that things are handled. Well, I would appreciate your help, certainly. If there's anything at last minute that you need to do yourself, perhaps now is the time, since this journey that we're undergoing, it is, well, it's not just about the hag anymore, and it seems like we are going to Easel Cross for a reason, and that reason seems a bit more important now. So
Yeah, in all due respect, Abelina, the hag is very much secondary at this point. If that is an issue, we get to it. But right now, we must find
yes,
this cure. Very well, I'll attend to my own things. I'll be back within a couple hours. Thanks, guys.
Okay. We will see
And
you
I
soon.
leave. And see you soon. And as I leave, I am going to just on my own do a quick scan of everything on the ship, from the ballista to the mast to everything, and just get my own assessment of what. And as I leave, even like looking back, I just want to get my own assessment of how the ship's looking.
Alenia Alenia and Billy, you will see that the Kalypso is now in your journals to be looked at. And Billy,
Right.
in looking at the assessment, you actually noticed that the sails seem quite fine, and in fact, they seem almost better than they were before. And it seems like the armor class of the sails has actually gone up.
Oh shit! Fuck yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool. Well, if there's nothing on the ship that seemed that I feel like I can actually help with, regardless of what they said, then I'm gonna head to the yard.
Okay. Veritan, we're going to jump back to you as this is happening. Alenia, what are you doing? Just you were kind of left with Billy, with Eve and Veritan. Veritan left at this point. I just want to kind of assess where you're at. Are you just kind of getting ready in the mix of all that? Eve went to kind of help with sales and such.
Yeah, I mean, I guess like I don't know really what I'm supposed to do right now.
You can anything you guys would like to prep and get ready. If there's anything at the yard or any other places that you want to talk to before you leave. Otherwise, you can just kind of fall in and getting ready with everyone else.
Maybe like fish off the dock for a little bit.
For real.
Do it.
Yeah.
Even if it's just having a moment with your amulet or whatever the case is.
Yeah, I'm just gonna like sit on the edge of the dock and put my. I'm not gonna put my feet in the water. I'll just hang them over the edge because it's too cold.
Perfect. So Eleni, you're going to go to the end of the dock and just kind of stare at the storm for a bit. And do me a favor and go ahead and make an insight check. Looking out at the storm itself, it feels a little overwhelming. It feels like it's a lot, but at the same time, though, you feel like there's a surprising amount of support behind you, quite literally, and that whatever you will face, kind of going forward, you do feel that there's some strength with you. Veritan, jumping back to you.
Okay.
You are walking away with Elro right now as things are kind of getting done.
Yes, I just will ask him a little bit more about the chest that they currently have in their possession. On the other end of that chest, this person, Orvo, is on the other end, correct?
No, there's an elf who goes by the name of the buyer.
The buyer.
While they have a real name, they simply prefer to be called the buyer. Most in Easel Cross, if they have the means, will work with the buyer, and they might basically transmit things between here and Uthodurn.
The way you speak of this buyer person, in my experience, somebody who does not want to give their real name is somebody that cannot be quite trusted too much.
There's enough trust between Uthodurn, myself, and the buyer, but at the same time, I think what I'm telling you, like I said, is, well, it's rather secretive. This is something that Uthodurn does not want getting out. Uthodurn has gone to great extents for Sirenlaya to make this outpost as well, and looking for things, whatever they can to help, especially with the war going on. They're trying to prepare for things, and should things fall into other hands, perhaps, who knows what might happen, and if we'll be on the other end of that in a battle. So the buyer, yes, I suppose that they have their own reasons for being slightly secretive.
That is fair. I understand that if it's a business, this person is running a business at the end of the day. He will be expecting us on the other end.
Yes, they will be. I've at least made transmitted enough information that they know that to expect you. And as I said,
Would
talk
you-
to them, and they will at least be able to direct you perhaps to whatever supplies are needed. They've said that they've made some sort of, well, they'll make arrangements, I suppose, once you arrive. But
Would you
for the time
mind
being,
writing me a correspondence from you to the buyer specifically, so that way when we arrive there is no confusion of what we're there for?
very well. I will do that, as well as the name for Ergon's friend and any relevant information that might be needed.
That would be...
Be careful who you share your information with. While Sirenlaya again is a Uthadurnian outpost, at the same time, Dwendalian forces have been coming in from the south, and even the Kryn are involved in some way, I'm sure. So let's just say that there are a lot of ears, and who knows which ones are listening and who they respond to.
And just on that eerie phrase, I'm going to look around. Is there anybody that's watching us right now?
Go ahead and make a perception check.
A 9.
You don't really see that many people looking around right now. It's busy in the morning now as things are kind of gathering up. And Elro does kind of just look around and say, "Yes, I can agree on that here. While the important things are being done right now with this, I will say that there are still certain things we have not finished or solved here, and I will be looking into that as you leave. There's still, well, the mystery is not left, to say the least, and I would be careful with whatever's going on. Even in, from what you can tell me about, well, at least Togi and, what was her name? Well, the other ones that you had fought. I can't imagine that they were somehow involved in Pale Bank, so if they were tied to something else, that might make more sense.
This is a good point, Elro. I guess we should probably also be careful of who we let on our ship for this journey.
Yes, it couldn't hurt to keep an eye out for things. I would say that.
Do you by any chance have the port masters possibly, or some sort of documentation of who arrived on this previous ship as they rolled in?
I mean, it's just the list that I have of the sailors that came in, but you met them all.
Do you have a copy of that?
Of the sailors?
Yes, I just want to make sure that all the names that got off the ship possibly match the ones that are getting on in some fashion, and that we don't have any unwelcomed guests trying to thwart our campaign.
Very well. And he'll make a list of the names for you. He's just going to write it. Like, do you have a paper on you or anything like that?
Yes, and I'll pull out my book, and with it, I will also pull out a note, a letter.
So he's going to forge the letter for you, or make the letter for you for the buyer. And then additionally, he's like basically a letter of introduction, kind of covering your business with him personally, as well as the need for the cure and how involved it is, that any sort of fee or whatever the case is the buyer would normally charge to be waived, and that you are literally working with him under for the cause of Pale Bank as well as Uthadurn in their best interest.
Perfect.
And to assist you in whatever they can.
Thank you for that.
And then the names of the sailors, you do get them, and I will send those to you right now.
Awesome, thank you. And then one last thing, as we're kind of going through this exchange, I will hand him a note, and I will say, this is something very important. I'm hoping that you can keep this on you in secret as well. I may have a companion that'll be arriving in this town in the foreseeable future, and if he does, if you can, give him this and let him know that we are going to be arriving in Serenlaya. And hopefully, if you can, get us a message through the chest that you have in your possession.
Yes, very well. I will see to it.
And the letter on it says Arwen, just so you know, like on the fold.
As for your friends, I know that this news might be a bit of a shock, but from what we can tell, like I said, this is not a quick disease. It is slow, meaning that it could take quite some time for the effects that you saw with Ergon to actually take place. So while I would say to hurry, I do not think that I know that you have time in that regard.
Thank you, Elro. I think we will do our best, and as far as we will be the first to find the cure, hopefully you will be the first to hear about us having it.
Yes, and I hope that the two of them are the first to take it.
Yes, and if there is any news as well, this is on a personal note, I'm not sure how many times you can use that chest, but if there is any news of how the family is doing in the inn, perhaps
Yes,
in
I
a
will.
week
I will
or
see
so,
to it.
I'd love to know if they are all right.
Based on their conditions of how they are right now, it seems that they are doing well, and it will be some time. But I will keep you informed of their conditions. Certainly, the buyer might have some more information on the workings of this, as it seems that they've been dealing with it themselves, especially from what I've talked to about Bowden. The Ergon's path seems to have been, well, quite clear at this point.
And sorry to pester, but the buyer, have you ever met him?
Them?
Have you ever met the buyer yourself?
Yes.
And how do you feel about him, truly?
Well, I will say this. They're a bit mysterious. They're a mage. A high elf mage from what I know. And aside from that, they conduct things, well, in a business manner. I would not say that they see things as good and bad, but just simply as they are. And contract stands for contracts.
As long as we are honored what we have already agreed to, then we should have no problem.
Yes, that I know they have not backed away from, and they are trustworthy, especially in their contracts.
Is there allegiance against or for the war against Uthadern?
I think their allegiance lies with themselves, but if they were given a choice, they would rather see. Well, they would rather see, I think, Uthadern be safe. To clarify, Uthadern is not quite in the war yet, and I hope it stays that way. It lies within Dwendalia and the Kryn, but I fear that it will.
There's a Kryn presence over there, correct?
From what we can tell, it seems like they are invested in Isocross. At this point, it's safe to say that Uthadern's interest and Dwendalian interest and Kryn interest all lie in whatever they can get their hands on. Ourselves for the means of protection, and well, the others for whatever means they deem necessary.
All right. Well, thank you for your time, Elro, and I guess we'll be seeing you soon. And I'll put my hand out for him.
Shakes it firmly.
And I'll just nod and I'll walk away.
Okay.
And I will go to see what the commotion is over at the boat. See if Billy's shouting at crew or.
Great.
If
at this point, Billy, you are jumping back into the yard.
Yeah. So we'll just make this quick. I'm going to pick up my coat from Corful that I ordered, as well as I'm going to buy 20 days worth of rations. I'm going to pick up a backpack and fishing tackle.
Okay, lads. So that's 20 days worth of rations, a fishing tackle, and a backpack. Hold on one second. I think we got a backpack around here somewhere. see. And I believe that was 4 gold, right, for your jacket?
I did not write down the cost of the jacket. It was 4 or 3.
I think it was 4.
So
I
4 is
lied. I
fine.
think it was 4.
I think
But
he was gonna give it to him for free.
with everything else going on,
What I recall.
here, well, it's been a rush. We haven't slept much, but frankly, neither has anyone else here, and I can't. Well, me and the lads can have to say it's going to be sad to see you go. So here are the items that you requested, and the jacket. That's still going to be 4 gold, but
It's fine. You boys do fine work. I'm fine to pay.
well, we didn't really know what to use because there wasn't much available, but we did find some furs, a little bit. But
How does it look? Oh, sorry.
There was an excessive amount of whatever they're using on those sails, and we decided to use that because they just had some lying around. So he pulls it out, and it looks like it's kind of like a storm gray blue, very similar to kind of how it was before with the silk itself in terms of the color. But it just seems to be a little bit darker in the color, a little bit more like they just kind of added in some stitching and such to it, and
Cool.
it's rather nice. It seems like it's made out of the silk, but they've lined the inside with fur and a little bit of padding and such. Overall, it's quite a nice cloak, and it does have a hood just like you had requested.
This is fine, boys. This is more than fine. Thank you very much. How much for the items? What's the total damage?
That'll be 2 gold and 20 silver.
2 gold and 20 silver. Got it. I hand it over. I hand it over to them. No problem.
All right, thanks. Lad.
My pleasure.
You've brought
Thank
about
you,
good
boys.
business with us, and in fact, we just sold that mall that you had given us. What great deal on that one, I gotta say.
Oh, good. Glad you boys found a profit. I'm so sorry. I would love to keep chatting. You boys are lovely, but I must
okay.
get on.
Uh,
I'll see you. I'll
take
see you.
care.
I'll see you later.
Oh, all right. But then you just walk off.
I'm off. I'm off. And I'm heading back toward the inn. I'm going to, before I head to my room, I'm going to stop at Urban's, the young family's room.
Okay. Just to check in again, Alenia, you're still in the docks. Eve, you were kind of just doing the things. Are you also attaching the thing that you had done?
Yes, that's
Right.
my main point.
Perfect. Okay. At this point, you've gotten it on, and one of the sailors is already there and sees kind of what you're doing. It looks like it is Werbin, who you had talked to the other night, and he just kind of smiles at you and goes to help you out with that. And then Veritan, you had gone back to the yard at this point. You saw Billy kind of doing his own thing, and you see him now just kind of in a rush heading back to the inn.
Perfect.
What would you like to do?
Back to the inn.
It seems like he's heading back to the inn.
Oh, got it.
He's got all these supplies in his arms. He's got a lot of stuff he's carrying.
I will go introduce myself to Bowden.
Okay. And coming up to Bowden, he kind of just cocks his head as he hears you approaching, and Avelina gives him a kind of squeeze, whispers in his ear, Veritan, right? It's good to meet you.
That's correct, and I'll slowly put my hand out.
And he kind of reaches out confidently for a handshake, and it's not quite where your hand's at.
I'll kind of just grab it.
Okay. Good firm handshake.
Yeah. It's a pleasure to meet you, Bowden. I've heard of your exploits on this ship, and I hope it gets us where we need to go safely.
Yes. I plan on making it that way, and whatever I can. Elenia seems like she will handle the helm, and Billy already has told me that he can help navigate in that regard, and my crew is able and ready, frankly. With Avelina by my side, I think that, well, I can apply my experience to all this, and I will be relying on everyone else, especially well, those that aren't sailing to keep their eyes peeled and their ears listening in case something happens.
Of course. I mean, as we all can agree to, knowledge is power on a journey like this. And I hear you have quite a lot of it. I'd love to learn a lot from you if I can.
What would you like to know?
Well, we'll be at sea for quite some time. Maybe now's not the time, but when it gets quiet and I think we settle in
Very well.
on the current.
I think that would be worth it.
I'm glad you got out of that experience safely. By any chance, if I don't want to bring it up, if it's I mean, it just happened to you, but I think I may have been in a similar moment that you had a few days ago, or yesterday, when your eyes melted out of your face.
And as you say this, you visibly become aware of the fact that he is, in fact, wearing 2 eye patches.
It is a good look.
Yes.
Did you
I
hear by any
suppose
chance?
this was a bit of a joke with the eye patches, but now I'm feeling a little.
It looks fantastic.
Well,
Did you hear a laugh by any chance when it was happening in the midst of the pain?
and he visibly kind of almost hackles up in a sense, like you just see him immediately become alert from this relaxed atmosphere. You heard it.
Yes, I heard it, but I wasn't sure if it was related or just a coincidence, but I don't believe in coincidences, so I would
So you
assume
heard
it was-
her.
Yes, was that the hag that you made a deal with?
Even though the laugh, it's just a laugh, but innately I knew inside it was her, as though she was watching me, almost taking my eyes in that moment and seeing everything.
When you made this deal, just so I am prepared if we have to come across it again, it seemed that you made a deal of treasures and goods that, well, there was no true value to it, as your ship was stripped clean, and yet here you are having to give a little bit more of yourself. If we come across her again, what do you expect is going to happen to us?
Oh, that's hard to say, lad. I would say this, that, as Alenia says, sometimes you must be brave first. And, well, if I was maybe a bit more brave, I might have been able to fight back. But I have to say, in that moment, I was terrified. And I just wanted to get away.
How did she curse you? Did she mark you in any way? Did she shake your hand? Did she?
It seems more like, well, she did. We made an agreement, and then I got the sensation that she was ugly. But at least from what I saw with her, it was dark, lights were flashing, and she was a hideous old woman, but it was as though for a moment I saw something else, and that's what shook me that's what shook all of us. I saw something I can never unsee, and that terrified me when I saw what was really there, I guess. But then, once the deal was made, she almost appeared behind me, and was horribly close. But then it was over. And the spawn left, she left. And a bit of my crew seemed to have left as well. And it shames me to say, and I feel that my crew might feel the same, but when she left, I can't tell you the relief I felt. Afterwards, I thought about what I could have done, what I should have done, anything. I thought many things, but at that moment I felt terrified, And I suppose it's, as Alinea says, just be brave, or at least in my case, perhaps look away. I'm not quite sure what to say here, lad.
Well, it's all right. I mean, any information can be useful to how we should combat her if we have to. But
Yes.
I mean, at all ends, we should avoid her at any cost, I would say. Unfortunately, I know, sure you want your vengeance, but we just aren't
Well,
sure what she's capable of.
And as you said, what she's capable of, I will say this. From what Elenia has said, that you seem to know and quite a bit more about magic than most, especially if you're aware of this and the laughter. I felt something, just almost as though, like, when in the eye of the storm, like there was a center, and I mean a true center, in that ship. Something was going on there.
In the ship?
The one that we saw in the eye. It just felt as though
Did you get a good peek at it? Did you
at the ship,
Yes.
with the lightning going on and the storm that was going on, it was a lot. But I did get a view of it. It's a rather large ship, kind of run adrift on the rocks.
Oh, it was banked.
Yes. Oh no, this was not moving anywhere. It seems to have been the ship that went missing, but they appear to have run aground on the reef.
Would you say it's is coming from that storm right there, then in the center? And I'll kind of like motion over to it, knowing he can't see. But I'm also kind of, I'm not sizing him up to his kind of blindness at this point, to like how is his value going to come in, but I kind of am as well.
Go ahead and make an intimidation check.
Okay. Intimidation, huh? Intimidation.
Intimidation.
I'm going to make that a 14.
Okay. I understand. Let me say this. That while this experience has taught me much of, well, what I didn't know, there is much that I do. And believe me when I say that just as there are things that I don't know about you, I'm sure there are things that you don't know about me. And I have my own experiences. And I will say that my insights are sound, especially when I'm on the water. And that what I felt like truly the center of that eye.
All right. Well, I think that's is all we really have to go off of, and I will trust your word. You are a renowned individual in this town. I've heard your name many times. Your exploits do not go without recognition, so I'm glad to have you on this ship, as your knowledge will guide us in the right way.
Yes. See to it that we have that conversation later.
Yes, and without overburdening your ship, do you mind if I set up some things in your quarters? Just for safekeeping?
They're rather empty right now anyways, aside from just the normal luggage that we have, so I see no reason.
Thank you. I think it might be good to have a study to maybe plan a possible plan of attack for when we do meet this hag again, if we do.
Very well.
And
I think that's...
as a man of who knows this ship more than anybody, perhaps we can use your expertise on how to defend it the best.
Yes, I can absolutely give my my knowledge on combat, both above and below the water. I think that might be of use to you.
Bowden, and I'll put out my hand, Avelina, and
Yes.
I will just start pacing the ship, getting my sea legs.
Okay. Billy, jumping back to you.
Yeah, so I'm going to go to Irvin and his husband, whose name escapes me, Fenton.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just going to knock on their door, see if they answer.
Okay.
They're gonna answer like this.
Oh, no!
Okay.
Yes, come in. But as you follow in,
Hello.
Watch out. Okay.
Come in.
Oh, that's I promise you this won't take long.
Billy.
We don't even need the formalities. I was just wondering, would you gentlemen happen to sell any blank notebooks? I'm about to.
Yes, actually,
Could I grab a couple? I'm about to go on a journey, and all I have is loose papers. I'd like to have something a little more bound.
Oh, okay. Well, I will say that these are typically a little bit more expensive but does 2 gold feel fair, Billy?
2 gold feels very fair. That's fine.
Thank you.
And for give them the 2 gold as an exchange for
And they hand you a leather-bound notebook. It's quite nice.
Cool. How are you? Are the girls there?
They are. They're just kind of sitting on the couch, the blue couch next to you, and they're just both kind of like just waiting a little bit. Eve came by.
How you all feeling?
Good. Not the same as we have since the first day. Kind of slow, kind of cold, but pretty good. Eve did some stuff for us last night. We had all this fire, and it was nice. It's pretty nice. The inn's really nice, and the baths here are great.
Good. That's good. Well, I'm about to head out, go on this little adventure, see what we could find for you guys. But before I do, the 4 of you, any family last requests? And I take out my lute. As I start to play and kind of tune a little bit.
Could you perhaps play that song that you played on the first night that we showed up? I believe it was kind of a sprightly tune. With the girls were dancing, and we had joined them, but our girls were upstairs, I think. Do you know the one that we're talking about?
Yeah, and I get right into it.
And this is kind of like the one that you had been inspired with from Pelk too.
Oh yeah, okay, for sure. Yeah. I play Pelk's tune, as I like to call it.
And they're all super into it as they're kind of just in the room. The girls begin doing a little jig. Fenton and Irvin even start dancing a little bit themselves as everyone's just kind of enjoying it. Everyone's a little slow, but at the same time, they're not in a noticeable way that's really bad.
Yeah.
I must say that's quite lovely. We will miss you.
I miss you girls too. And as I'm talking to them, I'm just gonna take out the wand of smiles all subtly, and I'm going to cast it on myself.
And you just see the girls, and both Fenton and Irvin are just kind of looking at you
I don't know what happened. Being in your presence just makes me so happy. I don't know what's going on, but
the girls are cackling with laughter. Fenton and Irvin are starting to buckle over. They're just eating it up.
This is so strange. This never happens to me. Oh my gosh. You guys, you have a great day. Don't get too cold now, or you keep warm, and we'll be back with something for you on a return. Don't you worry. And I'll walk out.
And as you walk out, having said this, you just hear Fenton saying to Irvin, "He's fabulous. We need to find him when he gets back."
Yeah. I'll have business cards for you. Don't worry, gentlemen.
And you make your way back downstairs.
So I'm actually gonna quickly go to my room. I'm gonna grab everything. I'm gonna put everything in my backpack. I'm gonna get everything ready to leave.
Okay.
But then before I leave, I'm gonna go to the bathhouse in here.
Okay.
I'm going to take a bath, and I'm gonna lay in the bathtub. And as I do, I'm going to close my eyes and drown everything out, and I'm just going to listen.
All right. So you are in the bathhouse right now.
Yeah.
Bottom left, if you want to know where you are.
Sure.
Just listening to everything kind of going on. Go ahead.
I have Ringo's here with me because I promised him I'd make it up. I'm like, buddy, I told you I'd make it up for the frog bathhouse.
And
What do you think?
you
Soak
see
it up.
the outline of Ringo from all the steam, and he is visibly just like
Yes,
just, like just, and you could just see like just kind of fingers playing. Like I mean, for an invisible servant, this has a lot of personality to it as he's just enjoying this.
Soak it up, Ringo. We're about to go on an intense ride, and then I'm going to lay my head back and I'm going to listen.
And
I'm like thinking about Carla, just like trying to get what maybe she was getting at.
Clara.
Sorry, Clara.
And also, as you had left the room with kind of all your belongings going to the bath, you saw George looking a little sad in the corner.
Oh, George. No, don't you? I talk to all these inanimate. I'm fucking crazy.
Yeah, do you not have friends or like what's going on?
George, don't give me that look. No, I'm not gonna talk to George.
Yeah.
Ringo actually has personality.
And George looks back at you, but Billy.
Yeah.
Oh no, well, fucking nutcase. Anyway, I listen.
Go ahead and make an insight check.
George reminds me of that scarecrow thing, you know, with the hands.
Oh,
that we're watching.
Yeah. From Howl's Moving Castle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's exactly what it is.
Insight. That's a 6.
You hear a lot of noise coming from Ringo, who is now splashing about on the other side of the bath, visibly just enjoying the hell out of himself, and he is making quite a ruckus.
Okay. After I get clean, I have this moment of relaxation where I let everything kind of go, and then I as soon as because I have like a couple hours right before we have to be back on the ship.
You have about 2 hours from.
Okay. As soon as Ringo's gone,
Mm-hmm.
I am going to get up, pack up, and head to the ship.
It's been about an hour at this point, if not like a little bit longer. I'd say that it's close to like an hour and 20 or so for you to get ready and do everything else. So let's say about an hour 30. Are you heading back to the yard?
I'm gonna with my backpack of all the stuff. I'm gonna head back to the Kalypso.
And as you get to the Kalypso, so you're all heading back to the yard. Okay. And you all get back to the yard. The village seems to have kind of like come out. Everyone's gathering a little bit more as this is all going on. And you see Bowden just kind of talking to the crew now. It's the same 6 sailors that you had seen the previous night, and it looks like there's 4 others that have joined them as well. All right, lads. You know how it is. It's going to be a tight voyage. But we're not going alone. Eleni will be there with us as well as her friends, and there's more writing on this than before. We're going to break this storm. Cord is with us. And you just hear the sailors all chant, Cord is with us. And all like the villagers kind of like shout again, Cord is with us. Everyone has this like kind of universal belief in this idea, as well as you hear this kind of going on. And Eleni is standing kind of nearby, just holding on to her amulet as people kind of like make eye contact and just look at her. And just again, Cord is with us. And everyone, Cord is with us. And this just sense of almost purpose as the entire village just feels weirdly connected at this moment. Veritan, you see Elro coming down once again with a few more glass blades, and he also has his 2 glass blades in tow as well. They look a little bit inebriated, but at the same time, though, still functioning quite well. And he's just kind of dragging them down. All right.
You said he's coming with a few plus those 2.
Yes, he has 2 more.
Okay. I'm gonna go up to them.
Okay. You recognize one. It's Mila Tenu. Oh.
Hello.
Hi.
I don't actually. What would I recognize her from?
We met Neela like way back before we even went to Croaker Cave. After we fought them
That
in
was the girl I
pelts.
gave the note to.
Yes.
Yeah.
You had talked to me with Elbro. Everything worked out with the cave, and sorry, there was a lot going on.
It's all right. Yeah, it actually worked out quite well, actually. We got out safely, and yeah. How are you?
Glad. I'm good. After running to Hellrun and everything about that, I've been kind of just doing a few errands. He had some others take care of those villains that you had talked to earlier, but well, it's all rather exciting. I haven't seen the village come together like this in ever. There's a lot going on. I'm sorry, you didn't actually meet. This is Letty.
Letty. Nice to meet you, Letty. I'm Veritan.
Oh, I'm sorry. Forgive me, Selly. She was the one I was telling you about the kind of, and she just whispers, "Told me about what's going on."
Is it Sellie?
Sellie.
How does she look? What does she look like?
Selly.
Yeah.
Go ahead and make an insight check.
She looks fine.
I mean, yeah, like, is she human? Is she?
She's
like,
an elf.
Dwarf? Is she?
So Mila is a very young-looking elf. Selly looks like, by your standards, being an elf yourself, not as old as Elro, but at the same time, though, a little more experienced, certainly. She seems like an older elf, especially by Mila's standards.
Cool. Do you want me to roll insight?
You can if you'd like.
Nat 20.
Sure.
I'm just
you
kind of.
roll 2 there.
Oh, yeah. I clicked. Okay,
you
20.
rolled
20
okay.
then.
Selly just seems kind of. It looks like she has been kind of smiling as she looks over at Mila, but at the same time, though, is very much at attention next to Elro, not doing anything serious and such.
Okay.
So,
I'm going to ask Mila. By any chance, would you like to join us on our journey? I respect your work ethic, and I think someone like you would benefit us quite well on the journey we're about to have.
And she looks up at Elro, and Elro kind of leans in. Veritan, and he kind of comes aside with you and just says.
And I'm going to stop him before he starts and just be like, listen, Elro, you give me 2 of those dwarves there who, upon me entering the city, let me in without any warrant of who I was. So your defenses were already down before I already got here. I could have been anybody. And then they show up today on this most important campaign we are about to have, drunk and not prepared as we need them. We know we have lives at stake currently. I would like to have the best that you have, and I do believe this Mila, and if Selly is by her side, also Selly joining us rather than those 2 gentlemen right there.
Make an intimidation check.
I will use my nat 20 portent on that.
You rolled a nat 20 on portent?
I did.
Did you really?
I did. Oh, I totally did, yeah.
Oh
I was
my
waiting to
God.
use that.
Okay.
Yeah.
What
shizness.
I will say this. Selly is experienced and knows what she's doing. Mila is bubbly and delightful and new. And The
Yes, but
dwarves that I gave
she's
you,
hungry.
at the same
I can
time,
tell.
I understand that. The dwarves that I gave you, I will say, while they
Do I see
are
this
more,
happening? Do I
uh,
see this happening?
are you looking at them?
I mean, I'm on the ship. Do I as
You
I'm
can see
going?
them. If you at this point, I'd say you looking around as you're going to get things ready. You see Veritan talking to Elva.
I'm gonna walk up
Okay.
and I'm gonna say, "Oh, Elra, good, more hands. I like this. I like this. I was afraid that those two you brought, well, no, we're not, not gonna lie, those two weren't exactly top shelf individuals. I'm glad to see these spry young dwarves here, ready to get on a ship, a good old adventure. Hey, yeah, and I'm gonna take both girl dwarves around, and let me show you around the ship, and I'm gonna start walking them
The
around
dwarves are
the
men.
ship. Oh, the men. What the? Well,
So
who
there's two elves that Veritan's talking to, and the dwarves are the two men that were initially introduced.
Oh, the elves, I mean, the girls. I'm going to take my arms around the girls and I'm going to start walking them around the ship and show them around.
Veritan, out of respect, I will. If you feel that Mila and Sally are what you would like, I understand. I will say that the dwarves, while they lack in some departments, are rather exceptional at others, but I can spare two. And albeit these two are not the brightest, and you just hear them, like, they look up at him and then they just look at you and just kind of nod. They're quite good in other ways, but if that is what you want, I will see that it's accommodated.
I have only one viewpoint of these two men, and from what I have seen Mila charging towards a house that we just cleared out from people who invaded your own town and were causing a ruckus, and I've seen these two let me in without knowing who I was to your town, and now they show up on this day where they know we have people's lives in danger from something that is plaguing your town. It seems like they're taking it as a joke. I need people who are fit and ready. And I think that is important for this mission. I'm sure you would agree.
And over here, this is the mast of the ship, as you can see.
Sally, Mila, make ready your things. And he just turns around and looks at Thorin and Nordak. As for you two. And he just grabs them both by the ears and just starts walking off.
And I'll turn around and go to the ship.
Okay, so where are we right now with the ship? Like, we're
So,
all,
everything is, just so we can kind of recollect ourselves here.
yeah.
Eleni, at this point, you have been kind of helping to lead this thing with Bowden as this speech was going on. You're just kind of on the side, more of like a supportive figurehead in a sense. Eve, you are on the ship with Billy. There's a lot of people going back and forth, kind of like dropping off cargo and various things. It looks like it's more so supplies and a few other things that might be going to Easel Cross as well. But overall, the sailors are kind of moving back and forth. There seems to be, again, from that initial speech before, everyone was kind of stopped for a second, and then everyone just moved back into place. There's the 6 sailors plus an additional 4, it looks like, that are coming in. Bowden seems to be with Avelina and as kind of organizing all that. Everyone has moved onto the ship at this point. Eve, you are on the ship. Billy, you are now back on the ship with both Mila and Selly. Selly has looked at you and just said, we need to prepare things. Grabs Mila, and Mila just kind of waves at you. Bye. Just super full of energy. They leave. And now it seems like everyone's just kind of getting the last bit of preparations ready.
As they're leaving the boat, I want to be going up the boat.
Okay.
So that way I can just give them a
and
nod
if
to
I'm,
them. Thank you for joining. And I'll just go straight up to the group as they pass. And
Selly looks a bit annoyed. Mila is just smiling.
fine by me.
Is there at least 10 people do we have like at least 10 crew members on the ship?
Here's what you have. And I will say that you're asking that to Bowden, who's now on the ship.
Yep.
Well, Billy, it was hard trying to get everyone together, but we managed to find some replacements for the crew that we lost. As I can count on you and Alenia, that makes 2, but not including them. In terms of just able-bodied sailors, we still have my crew, or what remains of them, which is 6. We managed to find an additional 4. They are older dwarves, and there's an elf in there as well, but mostly small boat fishermen around here, but they know enough in their experience and time that they've sailed at least a little bit. And between the rest of us, I think that it at least adds into that. So that makes 10 plus 2, so that puts us at 12 in total. Avelina will be by my side and can replace someone if need be, but since it's kind of a means of my eyes at that point,
I'm sure we can find work for Veritan and Eve somewhere on the ship.
As I said before, knowledge is power, or at least I think Veritan said that, but either way, I'm sure that you all have your skills, and frankly, information, especially now that I will be in need of it more than I usually am, that might be the biggest factor that saves us.
Well, we don't want to waste too much time here. Let's ship out as soon as we can.
Yeah. So I'm assuming I'm done with whatever I need to do with the sails. And then I want to cast Druid Craft.
Okay.
Oh, shit, yeah.
And figure out what the next 24 hours weather is going to look like.
Okay.
Oh,
You
wow.
all, how do you cast
That's
this?
awesome. That's awesome.
Been waiting to use this.
So it's a verbal thing and somatic, meaning that there's a hand motion or something like that involved.
Yeah.
But just out of curiosity, how are you going to do this?
So what I want to do is go towards go towards the front of the ship that's facing, or maybe it's the back of the ship. Actually, it's probably the back of the ship. So I go towards the back of the ship that's facing the voyage that we're going on, and kind of like opening my arms to nature and the sky, and muttering a spell that druids say in order to cast it. And kind of then towards the end of it, I want to put my hands together in order to catch whatever falls from the sky. So you know how it's like a golden
Sure. So
fall if it's clear skies, or a snowflake will fall if it's going to snow. So kind of like,
Okay. As you're doing this, you end up doing this, and it's kind of catching all of your attention at this point too. Just seeing Eve mimicking this. Veritan, you know that she's doing something of some sort of magical nature in a sense.
Yeah, she's on like the edge of the boat.
She's in the rear right now. So at this point, we're going to actually jump into the ship itself, just so we can kind of get some perspective here, since we all seem to be here.
Cool. I'm gonna go up behind her and say, "I'm flying, Jack."
You know what's funny is you're actually already there.
Yes.
Okay, so as Eve does this, you all kind of watch as this wind kind of forms in her hands, and this cloud appears. And as this cloud kind of appears in her hands, you just see little sparks kind of shooting out of it. And then a sudden gust just shoots up out of it, going through the cloud, and you watch as it ascends the mast. And for the first time, as you all look up, you see a pennant that was not there before. And it looks like it's made out of the same material that the sails have been made out of, but it is, would you like to describe it?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, describe. Oh, so the sails are coming down.
So no. This wind is kind of moving up the mast and is now kind of like caught the flag that you had put up, and
okay.
is now spreading it out almost for all to see.
Is it a giant wiener? God, I hope it's a giant
Right.
wiener.
So with the silk that I had a little bit extra of, I did dye it into blue, a lighter blue and a darker blue. And what I had stitched into one of the main sails is kind of like a silhouette or an outline of a woman with wind blowing through her, so her hair is kind of flowing behind her, and some water as well, like underneath her. And it's kind of like a image of the woman that's in front of the ship. You know how they have a statue of a woman that's already in front of the ship, so I kind of wanted to mimic that. And
So not actually a flag, but it's actually emblazoned upon the main sail itself, it sounds like. And as this happens and it fills for a moment, you really get a view of this sail, and it is a majestic sight. The Kalypso looks beautiful from what it was before, and you hear just applause as all the villagers just start clapping, and Bowden leans in, Aveline is just explaining to him, and you just see a tear coming from down his face. And yeah, everyone is truly applauding for this image that's going on right now.
Kind of looks like Alenia.
I didn't want to say anything, but
Kind of looks like you.
Damn.
Thanks, Eve.
Oh,
you're welcome.
so you two.
Is that gonna should we back up?
I mean, we're already done. We're already done with the sickness, so we might as well.
Yeah.
Bowden just walks up with Avelina and just like, thank you for that.
Evelina, did you like put our names together?
Avelina's my mom.
Oh, right. Okay. Damn.
Yeah. Thank you. And Bowden just moves back towards the center of the ship and starts talking to Avelina. Billy, you see Bowden kind of looking around, and the crew is starting to stand at attention. Billy, I suppose when you're ready, are you and your friends?
Let's ship out, Captain.
Aye.
And
It's time that
I'm gonna go up to after I sneeze.
Bless you, Barrington.
When we cast off, you will be guiding the ship then, Billy?
Yes,
so
I'll be navigator. Alenia will be steering the ship.
When we do make way from the dock, perhaps you can join me in the captain's quarters and we can go over some things. And then is Bowden around as well?
Bowden's sitting in the middle of the ship at this point. Are you? So you went down to Billy. Are you kind of nearby?
I want to say that to the important people here.
Sure. So you kind of move to the center. Alenia is technically steering the ship at this point.
Oh.
Yeah, who's steering this thing?
So Bowden is calling. Bowden has heard this. Is calling up commands now to all the sailors. Hoist the mains. You tie down the lines. And he's just kind of pointing, and it's almost like even though he can't see, you get the sensation that like he's done this so many times that he's calling out to locations and things to do by memory alone. Like
While he's doing this, I take out my captain's hat, and as he's giving commands, I put it on his head. And then I follow after Barrington.
And he looks over and he just goes, "And you, find me a hat."
That's so
The Kalypso rides again, and into a storm sheet will go.
Great.
Cord is with us.
Cord is with us.
Isla Cross will know our names once more.
I want to walk over to, well, Alenia's steering the ship, but I think I want to try to, first off, what's the weather going to be? I'm assuming it's clear. Okay, so.
All right.
Is it windy?
Answered her question.
Is it spooky?
You're right.
Is it partly sunny?
Actually,
Is it happy?
what we will do this one.
Right.
Is there just a touch of melancholy?
Is there a cloud?
How do I feel? What color is it? What's the
Does
color?
the cloud look like a balloon?
All right.
Does it
and
feel
so
green today?
You hear a lot of cheering as people are leaving and such. There was a lot of people moving on and off the ship as you were leaving. The glass blades that you were looking for, once again, Mila and Selly both had reboarded the ship. Elro is seeing you off. The dwarves are once again with him, and they're all just kind of waving. Everyone is cheering as you go. A lot of people by the docks. And once again, just the ship is now leaving the docks itself, and you.
We what?
Hold on a second.
We what?
We what?
We what?
Don't stop the game. Keep
Yeah.
it going.
I have
I
too
am
many notes.
if
Here we go.
I'm not needed up on
You just
deck, I am.
you just hear Billy. You hear Bowden just calling out, "Everyone, man the rails."
I man the rails, like with like the rest of the.
And so the
Plebes.
at this point, as you all are hearing this, Elenia, you are once again just steering the ship, truly. And the rest of the crew, the four that are kind of new, it seems like they're looking around trying to figure out what to do. But all the other men, the six of them, all get into, it looks like almost like a kind of ceremonious position, each on different parts of the ship, and standing at the ready. And the sails are kind of splayed out in a way where it's full sail. Everything looks very big and majestic. You get the sense that this is a show of almost like ceremony as they take off to everyone on shore. And you just hear cheers from everyone behind. All right. Elenia, take us out. And you just all make your way out of the harbor and into the open ocean.
Woo! Well,
I just moon everybody as we're leaving the dock.
Right, I
A
just-
celebratory mooning.
Yeah.
I'm just to myself. There's a light where the sky hits the sea. It calls me.
Oh my god.
Ah, I love that movie.
I know.
So good.
So cute.
oh my
Yeah.
god, I've fallen asleep in that movie twice. I don't know.
Have you guys seen the new movie Soul?
It was
Yeah,
pretty
Oh,
good.
Oh.
I haven't
It was
watched
pretty
it.
good.
Loved it.
It was so good.
so
Loved
Wow.
it.
I was a little skeptical when it started, but
I
man,
like how they
it
did the four-dimensional beings.
was amazing. Yeah.
Harry?
Oh,
Carrot.
yeah.
It was great.
Hi,
And it's funny
I'm
because
Terry.
I've actually been to the bar that place was based on.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, it's in New York. It's called I think it's actually called the Blue Note.
Hmm.
Yeah, but it's like it was
That animation was so real.
It's
It
so
was
Oh,
crazy.
dude,
It was mind
it's
blowing.
dumb.
It
It
was
was mind
so realistic. It was weird. Anyway,
Anyway, now that I have done my sales and done my duty, I'm gonna go find my private quarters.
I'm gonna go down to the captain's quarters.
Okay, Eve, are you going down to the captain's quarters at this point with everyone, or are you going
Well-
somewhere else?
I just want to go and figure out where the hell I'm gonna sleep without, I don't know, without people finding out that when I change, I have widget woe.
Frigid.
Widget.
Whoa.
Wiggle, wiggle, whoa.
Whoa.
As Eve, as you go downstairs
It's
So-
wicked whoa.
and looking around
Wiggity,
immediately
wiggity,
into
whoa.
the quarters, you just notice that there are a lot of hammocks laid out in the crew's quarters.
Yeah, I figured that would be a thing.
And on Eve's dejected nature, Veritan, Billy, Avelina, and Bowden head down below deck. Elenia is up top steering. Elenia,
Right.
can you handle it from here? Just see us out and make way towards the Cape. We might hit the storm at some point soon, but for the time being, call out if anything happens, and we'll go from there.
Got it.
Okay. And you all head downstairs into the captain's quarters as you hear Eve from across the boat just go, "Oh man!"
And then I go meet with them. I'll go to the captain's
Okay.
quarters.
All right. So you go to the captain's quarters. All right.
Oh my God, there's a tiny. Was squeezed in here.
It's
It's not a Captain Half Dollar, it's a Captain Quarter.
Yes, it's only so big.
Put on top.
I hate that joke so much. You really were meant for the sea, Ryan. What the hell? Wow.
Dear God.
That was a great oceanic ship pun.
Thank you.
Cool.
Oh
So
my
are
God.
we? Who's here?
Everybody.
No, I'm just up atop with my sail with my portrait on it. Just
Yeah.
into the
Honestly,
wind.
all coincidental.
All
My
right.
butt does not look that big.
So, as you all are in the captain's quarters, go ahead, Billy, on you.
Yes.
It seems like Bowden is just sitting there with Avelina. You, well, Veritan, I assume it was you, but if you wanted to talk now, might be a good time. I know that we're going to have a lot coming at us. In fact, perhaps it might be good if Elenia joined us. Avelina, thank you, my dear, but maybe just get Elenia. Simply, there might be information and you already know. And she just goes, I understand, Bowden. And she heads back up. And she just goes to grab you really fast, Elenia. Would you join us downstairs? I can handle it from here. Elenia, are you going to join them?
I mean, if I do join them, so Evelina's steering. the
Your
ship.
mom is going to replace you. It looks
Okay,
like.
great. Yeah.
Okay. So you come back down.
Thanks, Mom.
Elenia, is that you?
Yeah.
All right. Now might be a
Can't say
good time if there's any information that you would like to know or anything that I might be able to help you with.
Oh, here we go.
Perhaps now's a good time to talk.
And I'm just going to say to the group, if I might begin this, and I'm going to pull out the map
Okay.
to our location.
Okay.
Does he have a map by any chance? Does Bowden have a
Unfortunately,
map?
Everything that I had, including my maps.
Are you pulling out the mysterious map or the gray well?
She took
I-
your map?
I gave her the entire chest.
She took everything from you.
Not that I had time to sift through and say, do you want this? Do you want this? Do you want this?
But not your pride. You kept that.
You did, you old bastard.
And he kind of looks over at you, Billy, and just
Yeah.
Yes.
So I
Looks
will
over,
put
huh?
out the.
Look, so I was just gonna say.
Yeah, I will take out this mysterious map,
okay.
Okay.
since that seems to be our something.
Yes.
And I'll just be like, and I'll just start even writing on it with a pen
Sure.
to where the storm is. I will talk to them, get the gauge of the group. Be like, so I was told, and correct me if I'm wrong. I'm sure I'm not the most educated one in this room about these things, but from our current starting point to where we are getting to, it'll take about 9 days if we travel through this or around the storm or through the storm. And this
Where
is
is
where the
the storm?
storm is originating. And I'll just kind of make an X on the map to where I believe this storm is. And this also is to the conversation that Bowden had with me to seeing a grounded ship. And I will incite the possibility that there is something that has grounded that ship in that specific spot to where the storm is growing from.
Can you give me? I'm looking at the map right now. Can you just where is Veritan placing the X on the map?
Is it around the Cape?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure, if I'm not mistaken, it's actually where the point is on the bottom right of the map. It's like right under Kalypso and maybe a little bit to the left, like in the center of that area, I think.
Perhaps I can fill you in on some of the names you had. And he's just going to kind of make his way over. Let me see your map. And he's going to just kind of, for like 5 minutes, kind of go, like, tell you about like a place. And you're just going to put a name next to it and such. And so you kind of get a rough idea, filling in a little bit more on the map of a few things, it seems. and we are going to, just based on what Bowden is kind of giving you, at least a little bit more information, move you here. So, does everyone see this?
Yeah.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. This
This is the map.
is a better description, I think, of a little bit more that's going on with this map that you seem to have. Continue as you were.
So like here-ish is what we're saying.
Yes, I do believe that's where the storm is originating from. Correct, right there.
The storm should be coming from the Cape, so at least from where we had met. So it would be the topmost point on one of the Graying Wildlands.
I mean, he wouldn't know exactly where the storm is. He came from there. Right?
Yeah, he
It's right here?
He found the eye of the storm. No. So Siren Laia, you are heading to, is over here. Okay.
Right.
You are over here.
Okay. So I'm just gonna say we are heading here.
Yes, you
are.
are.
Coming from where?
Where it
Here.
says Pale Bank Village. Does it not show up there?
No, we don't see
No,
any
not
names.
on what you gave us just
okay.
now.
I see. So let me do this. Okay.
So we are coming from what, like right there?
All right. So
Yeah.
you're coming from there, yes.
Cool. So we are journeying.
That's exactly what you're doing.
Indiana Jonesing it right over this way.
Okay.
Okay. Do you all agree?
That is beautiful. Excellent job with your dashes there.
That actually is pretty good.
It's not bad.
It
to
is
be quite
pretty good.
honest.
It's not bad.
I have to say that I'm quite proud of that, and I might leave that for the time being.
So I'll kind of go over that with Bowden and Billy and Alenia.
Bowden just kind of, from what you've described, is explaining the journey of what it's going to take and such, and he's like, and he gives you an idea that the normal route comes across the Cape and kind of comes past going around Kalypso, and this is much more of a direct route hitting the Cape along that point to just kind of following the coastline. The Remorhas went far around it, so they went a lot more north off the map, heading up just quite out of the way to try and get around this storm. He has explained that the Cape is the turning point from Pale Bank to Siren Laia, which is up here.
Mm-hmm.
And you, based on what he had said, it sounds like the eye of the storm was somehow near the Cape, somewhere within that vicinity. Because from Siren Laia, he was heading up towards it, and leaving it, he kind of came out of it around here. Actually, at this point, probably a little closer, but like somewhere in there, towards Pale Bank. The storm has been getting bigger as it's been going.
The storm is here?
Somewhere in this vicinity, yes, near the Cape.
Okay.
Yeah. So on your journey, it's somewhere, but that is the eye of the storm, is what he gathered.
We're heading smack dab into the storm to get there.
Yeah.
We gotta go through it to get there, it looks like.
What
did you circle over on that other island?
That's where we're going to.
That's our
You've got a wood
destination.
there, but you're actually going to the Siren Laia itself, not the wood.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Is Siren Laia that white dot?
You know what? I see
The
why
white dot, yeah.
hold on a second.
Yeah, that's fine. I just wondered if there's...
We don't see any text on the other than the crystal.
I realize that. You know how the GM later can be. It's sometimes you don't really quite see what's showing.
Well, we're going to the wood.
Okay. So, you understand that is foreign. That is Siren Laia that you are heading to. He has made mention that Kalypso is the one along the way. And while we are here, you understand that is the volcano that you had spoke of previously. You're just kind of filling in a few things.
The Kravarad.
So you understand that the Alps are everything that's kind of within that range that you were looking at. Uthodurn is within that mountain, that range itself, and you're kind of coming from there.
So, describing this journey, are we best fit to possibly venture around this storm? And knowing the sea as well as you do, Bowden, and with the guidance of Billy's knowledge and Alenia's, how many days would that add if we ventured around the storm?
It's hard to say.
We don't know how big the storm is.
That's
Who knows how long it would take to get around it?
I'm with Billy on this one in that there are two things working against this. One is that as you get into deeper water, it's colder. There's a chance of icebergs and other problems that are facing that the Remmerhausen they were really getting into. But at the same time, you could add from a
Right.
9-day journey, you could look at weeks, if not longer.
There's
and
I heard of a ship that on the maiden voyage got wrecked by an iceberg. It was terrible.
I'm sure that there was.
There's a love story there. Not for now, but maybe one day a major motion picture will be made about it. But anyway.
Well, perhaps, as we know that you were attacked when you entered the eye of the storm, so perhaps if we ride the harsher part of the storm, if this ship would allow, we may be able to skirt past the danger that lies ahead and maybe avoid a conflict and just get to our destination safely.
Yes, I think that might make the most sense. I will say that the storm fought us the entire way. Heading to the eye seemed a bit easier. Now I know why, but that being said, we know
What else was in the eye of the storm aside from this hag? Was it just this hag, these monsters? That there was a ship?
there was the
wrecked?
ship that we had heard had disappeared. We know it was from, well, as we ourselves had come from Icehaven, that ship seemed to have been from a Dwendalian ship of some nature.
Any calling cards, recognizable insignia on the ship?
Yes, there was the Dwendalian symbol on it.
Hmm.
Um,
Okay.
I will say this, that it seemed that that ship had wrecked on the reefs itself, but the ship still seemed strangely upright. It was dark, and it was quite far, but at least from where we were on our ship, but through the lightning we could make out images in a sense. But despite being in the center of the eye, it didn't feel like it was a storm that gets easier in the center, but rather it almost felt like its nature came from the center.
Hmm.
And I think that knowing what we are getting into already gives us an edge.
This may not be no natural storm.
I
Think-
fear that may be the case. Somehow, I have a feeling that whatever she is doing, it is involved with this.
Well, I think we need to
avoid it
get
at all
to
costs.
Serenlai as quick as possible, and I think we must go through the storm.
I think so too. And I think that here's the problems that we will be facing. If the storm settles over us, it will be hard. The waves might crash against us. It'd be smart for everyone to at least be aware of how to secure yourselves if need be. This will not be an easy voyage in that regard.
I've sailed through a few storms in my day, Captain. I know a thing or two about it. I can go around help instruct those who don't know. And if we come to the time, I'll be one of those above deck. Don't you worry.
Thank you. The deck can also be a little slippery if the waves hit. I will say that Avelina doesn't seem to be having that much of a hard time with her shoes, but for those that aren't as lucky, the waves can carry you a little if you are not careful, if they rise high enough. In the event that we are fighting, are any of you experienced with fighting, I suppose, underwater, if need be?
Under?
You mean being underwater and fighting?
There's a chance at times, and in my experiences, that I've been tossed over the boat, and every sailor needs to at least have an understanding of what to do if you go over, and there's something there.
You punch you in the
Well,
nose, I believe, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you know that I have that ability for sure.
Um,
You
well,
know,
aside from merely holding your breath, there are
I
some
mean, fighting
additional.
underwater, holding your breath is half the battle at least.
Bowden, I think it's a little too
Yes.
late to be asking if we have these skills. We're on the ship. The ship is moving.
I'm
I think
not
this is
saying
something.
that. I'm simply giving you an idea of what to be prepared for.
Okay.
And he's going to explain briefly just kind of like what is effective underwater and such. And I'm going to share this with all of you in your journals.
Ooh.
And I'm going to just say if somebody falls overboard, I think we should all tie ourselves off the best we can, but attempt to pull that back on board rather than us chasing in to also fight under the water.
Yes, I'm agreeing. I'm simply preparing you for what may come. And especially since part of my crew was taken when the sea spawn came on the ship, you might find yourself in a situation. And while I hope that none of you do and none of us face that peril, I would rather have said it than not.
We have rope. We should anchor ourselves to the deck. I believe all of us. We'll.
Yes, at all
I
times.
believe we have. We have. I have 50 feet of rope. I know Veritan. I believe you do. Maybe have two.
Well,
Ropes. I could be wrong, but if we all tie ourselves, maybe we can buddy up.
that's a sound move there, lad. I'd say if you're doing a buddy system of some kind, but just in the right circumstances, it can be quite a hindrance at times if you're working with someone and you end up trying to move around a mast and such. But that's some good thinking there, Billy.
That's really
Thank
fun.
you.
Now, good
Thanks.
bringing up the crew as well. And I'm going to
Yes.
pull out the crew list that I was given by Elro.
I hear your paper, lad. Would you?
Yeah, I'm going to read it to him.
Okay.
And I'm going to say, is there anybody on this list that you don't know by any chance? I know
No.
Elro was concerned about a security breach of some kind that he was not quite specific on, but I do want to be careful of who we let on board. I mean, we already have them on here, but if there's a name on here you don't recognize,
I mean,
it may be good to
from
know.
my own crew, all the names seem to jump out correctly. But
Billy
as for
and Elenia, the other people that are on the ship currently, you've been in town the longest. Is there any faces on the ship that you maybe are new to this town?
Are there any faces I do not recognize?
so the other sailors that you're seeing, Billy, you recognize Jurgen, who you had
Yeah.
talked to previously.
The carpenter, right?
Yes. Jurgen is another carpenter. So you have the boatswain who is Werbin, different guy, who's the one that came with them. Jurgen is a dwarf that just seems more familiar with like carpentry, but smaller boats and such. Was kind of
Right.
working with you. The other names that Bowden gives you, as well as the people that you kind of recognize very briefly. I mean, Eleni, you don't really know everyone in the village. Their faces are kind of familiar for the most part, but like there's a lot of kind of back and forth between here and Uthodurn. But the sailors are pretty stable because that's kind of like a thing that they're doing. The names that jump out again are Olark, Delg, and Lucan. So Jurgen, Olark, and Delg are all dwarves, older dwarves. Lucan is an elf. All of them are tied into like the fishing trade and small boats and such. They're just kind of sailors from the yard, smaller sailors.
And I know them or don't know them.
Billy, you do not know any of them.
Okay.
You have not made. You were not really familiar with the village in that sense, especially because of the fact that a lot of them were kind of preparing to leave beforehand and such. You might recognize one or two of them, but you don't really know any of them in terms of just faces.
Right.
Alenia, you have seen these men kind of plying their trade and doing their things.
Okay, so I recognize them all.
You vaguely, I would say, recognize them. You
Like,
do
there's
not
no one
know
that stands out to me that's like sketch or something.
You make an insight check.
Okay. Really?
Oh,
Natural 50.
hold on a second. What did you roll? Because my thing accidentally double clicked on it.
16.
Okay. Hold on 1 second.
Oh, that stupid chat thing?
Yeah, it did the same thing.
Basura.
What's the worst thing that they ever did?
I know. I don't know. And okay, I'm glad it's not just me that can't.
No. I figured this out a while ago. I was like, this is stupid. Okay.
I was like, great, I gotta reload the whole thing.
I mean, I will say that Jurgen seems kind of like comfortable in a sense, but Olark, Delg, and Lucan all look very unsure from just like what you've seen. They're falling in, but they're not as skilled as the crew. They don't know kind of like the Kalypso in any way. They've just gotten on this boat, and they all seem very like kind of nervous and not very skilled. Skilled enough to kind of pass, but simultaneously it's kind of like getting almost like where you have 4 sailors there, it's more like you have 2.5. You're pulling it off, but it's they're new.
Okay, that's fine. They're new, but I recognize them, and I'm not like, who the hell are these people? And they're sketchy.
You just get the idea that these men are familiar faces ish. I mean, again, you don't recognize per se every single person in the village, but you've seen their faces from time to time, just in the yard, especially kind of coming to and from the lighthouse to the inn and wherever else you're going.
Right.
Cool.
Okay.
Well, that's all I have, I guess.
Yes. I think for the time being, well, the storm we shouldn't hit for, I'd say, a day, if not a little bit longer. In the meantime, perhaps make yourselves comfortable and take a look around and, well,
Enjoy the
I think
scenery.
you should prepare yourselves for whatever we might face.
Cool. Well, then I will take the day and just document my day, chill out. I mean, I will take a long rest, but a conscious one. I'm not gonna maybe take like an hour of sleep here and there, but I'm not gonna do anything heavy. So I'm gonna take a long rest.
Okay. Is anyone else doing anything?
I'm also taking a pee off the side of the ship.
I don't know.
But like into the wind, so it's all over you.
Yeah.
I'll take some time to show Eve and Veritan about like tying ourselves to the boat with rope and securing ourselves like that. I'm also gonna pass out. I bought with the money that Elro gave us, the advance. I bought rations for everyone, so I'm gonna pass out. Everyone gets 5 rations for you, just in case. And then
go pee really fast.
Yeah, that's what I just did.
yeah, go do it. And then we'll just wait. Zach, I'm showing everyone how to tie themselves onto the boat for like during the storm, and then I bought with our advance from Elro rations for
Great.
everybody.
Uh,
You
Also,
get 5 rations.
having
You get
never
5
been on a
rations.
boat, Zach, you definitely pissed into the wind, and now you're covered in piss.
That did happen.
Is that possible if you're traveling forward? I mean, the wind is coming at us, right?
I mean, you think mermaids lift the ship.
Mermaids do lift the ship. Okay.
Exactly.
I don't
I
think it.
I
know it.
I keep reinforcing that too. I want you to know that every
What?
time Veritan comes to Billy to ask about the Thousand Mermaids, I reinforce it strongly every
Yeah.
time.
I'll just
Okay.
go overboard and yell down at the water, faster! To see if that helps.
All right, Veritan, go ahead and make a perception check.
Where am I at? What am I doing it for?
You are so right now. You're going to jump back to the ship,
What are we doing?
and we're jumping back to the ship.
What do you mean you're jumping back to the
Aren't
ship?
we on the ship?
Oh.
Yeah,
Well, no, like on the map.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, here we go. Okay, so you're jumping back to the ship. Veritan, looking out again, you now, everyone's above deck. Alenia, you are once more steering the boat.
Cool.
Avelina is with Bowden, who's just kind of calling out different orders and such. Billy, where would you like to be?
If this is the first day, it's my first time
You guys are
back on the
still
ship
on
in a
the first
while.
day.
I am going to be at the bow of the ship,
Mm-hmm.
just kind of on the rails, just kind of like taking it in and like taking this moment.
Okay.
I'm gonna have, I'm gonna take out my lute and just start playing as I'm out there.
Wonderful. All right, so you are playing a tune.
It's a ditty.
Dun,
okay?
dun, 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 dun,
Hell yeah.
dun, dun,
Hell yeah.
dun, dun, dun.
Hell
Dear
yeah.
God. Yeah.
Because I'm DNT, I'm
Yeah.
Dynamite.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
All right, so Billy's playing a jovial tune as this is all kind of going on. And one thing here. Did that drop in?
Yeah. Line up
Not
the
drop in.
music.
Well, for some reason I'm having difficulty here.
It's cool, man. Let's just do it within the
Yeah.
line.
I know. So you all see, again, the crew kind of merging up top. Mila and Selly are both up top as well. Selly is just kind of stoic in like how she's looking out, just kind of looking out of the water. Mila keeps kind of doing that, like, and running back and forth. It seems like it's the first time she's ever been on a boat, and she is incredibly excited. And she's just pointing out things to Selly in the water, and there's pretty much nothing there for the most part, as she's just looking out like, oh, look at that, look at that, look at that, just talking about just different things, just the sails, the froth of the waves that is hitting things. Veritan, did you do your perception check?
No, I didn't know where I was.
All right, go ahead and do a perception check.
Okay.
Eve, where are you?
Yes,
Okay.
they were. I don't know.
And Alenia, go ahead and do a perception check as well. Okay. Great. Alenia, you see where you're heading to, and you know the direction that you're going to. Bowden is giving you good signs. You're heading towards the storm. The water seems clear. You're hitting the waves correctly at the outside, and the wind is catching your sails. It is full. The boat is moving with the wind right now. It almost seems to be coming towards the storm, which is strange. But you're moving at about 50 feet. It's fast, very fast for a ship. It is flying across the water. You got full sail going on. It's a beautiful sight, and it
Same.
feels amazing. Feels amazing just being on
I
the
got
water
full
again.
sail going
Full
on
sail.
right now.
Same.
Veritan, you are full Titanic right now with Jack, just looking out at the king of the world. And as you look down, saying "faster," you look down into the water, and you actually do notice that there are some dolphins down there, and they seem to be at the bow, dipping back and
Cool.
forth, kind of moving up and down.
I wish I had illusionary magic. I would make them. I would make mermaids appear so hard.
And the dolphins are just kind of moving with the waves and everything as you're kind of hitting the water bursting up and just like it's a breathtaking and exhilarating sight for all of you again. Just this feeling of just being on the water, and it feels truly like you're flying, just like moving at this speed through the water is pretty impressive. Bowden's got a smile on his face. You can feel the mist, feel the waves. It just feels like he is at one with himself, even though he can't quite hear anything. He's calling out just little orders here and there. Just overall, just kind of checking in on things. But for the most part, you all have your direction in mind, and you're just heading towards it.
Yay!
Cool.
All right,
Wait,
Eve. You notice, looking out from the water, that you see some. You basically see a shadow in the distance, kind of across the water.
Doubt it.
Okay.
probably just seeing things.
Yeah, she's just seeing stuff. Come on, guys, let's get out of here.
Yeah, turn this boat around.
Throw me off board. I'll just jump.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah.
Bye.
Okay,
That's
can
how
I
we-
can I tell what it is?
It just seems to be a larger shadow. It just is kind of moving a little bit towards the ship now.
Oh shit. Okay, Billy,
Yeah,
come here. I'm just gonna call him since he's the closest.
I'm gonna stop playing and head over.
Oh shit.
Did you have a request?
No. Do you?
Like that's the first thing somebody would have. Oh, yeah, yes.
Oh yes. Did you have a request? Is there something that
So
is
full of
in
your
your
barter
heart that I
skill.
could maybe play for you?
No. Other than maybe play away. Sorry, something touched the door and it scared the shit out of me. Unless you wanna play away that shadow over there. Do you see a shadow over there?
And I look over. Where is What? I look toward where she's pointing.
Okay. Billy, you also do notice the shadow kind of coming in a little bit closer to the water. And Veritan, you do notice that the dolphins at the front of the ship seem to be just kind of like chirping a bit more. They're making noises back and forth, and they kind of dip off a little bit over to the right.
Is the shadow like in front of the storm, or is it away from the storm?
The storm is, so you heading towards the storm right now. The shadow seems to be coming in a little bit from the north, from the boat side. If the
Starboard
boat
side
strikes-
or the
so
port side?
It is on the port side. That is the left side, right?
Port is left, yeah.
So it is on the port side that you're looking, and right now it's kind of closer to the bowsprit. So you're looking from that angle, and you just see this shadow kind of coming in, heading towards the ship. And the dolphins again are just like kind of shifting over a little bit to the right.
Is it? Does it just look like a black mass coming my way, or like when you say shadow, what do you mean?
Eve had pointed out a shadow. It's still kind of bright outside. You do see it. It's a black mass for the most part, but go ahead and make a perception check.
Okay.
Is the
Now,
shadow
remember,
like horizontal or vertical to the water, or is it in the water?
Under the water.
Under the water. Okay.
15.
Billy, as you're seeing this, you do notice kind of a large fin coming out of the water.
Oh.
A large fin, like a whale fin, or like a shark fin.
From your knowledge, it does not look like a whale fin.
From my knowledge, what could I assess?
It looks like it's a shark fin. And it
How
is
big of a shark are we talking?
big.
And it looks like it's coming straight at us?
It seems like the dolphins are kind of moving away around the ship now at this point.
Eve, I don't mean to scare you, but that is, to my best knowledgeable guess, and as you know, I am very knowledgeable when it comes to the open water, that looks like a fucking shark heading our way, and it is giant.
I'm gonna go and strap myself in.
At the first second, I thought you said I'm gonna go crap myself.
I'm gonna go shit myself.
That is exactly what I heard.
Yeah.
Great.
Oh.
Okay.
I'm gonna go shit myself.
I'm gonna
Classic
look at the
American.
shadow and then look back at the land and then look at the shadow and look back at land and just kind of like assess. Can I make it?
I'm gonna shout to Bowden. I'm just gonna say, shark port side, heading our way.
Oh, and
I
then
mean,
How far away is it?
Shark.
How far away is it?
They don't.
It's coming in hot, guys. It's coming in hot.
I see
mean-
Barrington like tying himself, like strapping himself in, and I'm like, oh yeah, it's a good idea, and grab rope and tie myself.
I'm gonna do the same. I'm gonna.
Okay. And it's getting much closer now. You realize, Eve, that the shadow that you saw is now kind of coming out of the water, and the dolphins are getting very skittish on the other side.
Let's go.
am going to ready if it jumps up at us or goes to attack us or if it threatens the ship in any way. I'm going to ready chromatic orb.
Okay.
So I reach into my pouch and I pull out the little diamond and I just hold it between my fingers on my right hand and just ready.
If I see
just
it,
hear
if I
Bowden.
see it,
Okay.
I was gonna say, as he readies that, and I'm tying myself, I'm looking right at it. If I see, the second I see in its eyes, and I see that it's coming here, I'm going to cast. I'm gonna cast dissonant whispers at it.
Okay. So at this point, since everyone is prepping things, go ahead and roll for initiative.
Yeah.
I mean,
Let's
is
go.
it's gonna attack? Okay.
You are.
If
all
it looks
getting
like it's
ready to attack.
attacking.
Roll for initiative.
Yeah, this is
20.
Oh,
Fine.
5.
17.
Eve.
12.
I have 5.
Okay. So let's do 25 to 20.
20. Billy.
Okay.
And I'm
20 to 19. Or 20 to 15.
17.
I'm also gonna quickly give inspiration to everyone.
Oh.
Sorry, you keep going, DM.
All right. You just hear Bowden. Shit, shark, port side. Keep your eyes peeled. Make ready. How big is it?
I'm going to tell the two girls that I kind of recruited, and also maybe I'll just say to Billy real quick, maybe have them man the weapons in the back of the ship, because I see two like bolts in the back of the ship. I guess I don't know. Like,
Are there people manning the ballistas right now?
how does that
the
work?
ballistas?
How does the ship work for combat? I guess for this.
Billy and Elenia have the ship for combat. Here's how it's going to work: is that the ship can be done one of two ways. Someone needs to basically run the ship. Elenia, at this point, you are at the helm. If you make a command and the sailors follow it, if you tell Bowden, like, put me in charge, whatever the case is, then you may call out things. So the ship would then have its own initiative with Elenia at that point, or whoever. But in order to do it, either Elenia can call out or Bowden can call it out. How the ship functions is that the ship can, right now, with as many crew as it has, it can do 3 things on a turn. You can do a move. You can turn the helm, basically, like so, turning 90 degrees, or various things to adjust the ship, or you can attack with the ballista. And so, if you need the crew in order to be able to perform those functions. So if someone is performing crew functions right now, they're falling in with that. So Elenia at this point would either be turning the ship or adjusting it, moving the speed and such, since she is manning the helm. But you need skilled crew that know how to kind of function with these things. I would say that unless you've been trained to use the ballistae, both Veritan and Eve are improficient.
Yeah, Elenia, you're up at the helm. I'm down at the bow. Do you wanna take charge of the Kalypso? I'm guessing that Henderson put it in your journal like he did mine. Like, I'm looking at the Kalypso stats right now.
No, yeah, I saw him. It's in my journal, but I mean, it's a shark. It's not a freaking.
It's a big
Like-
fucking shark. It's like a big, you know, like
Like
the
a
frog was a
megalodon.
big.
And as this is
like,
coming, you're saying this thing is getting closer, and you see it breach the water, and it is about, at this point, it is about 50 feet from the boat.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say it was 50 feet in length.
Okay, I'm gonna
No,
give.
So it is actually, from where you see it, Billy.
Go.
This shark is about 30 feet in length.
Fuck, I'm gonna give everyone
It is
inspiration.
Massive.
I'm gonna say, and we got fins to the left, fins to the right, and we're the only bait in town. And everyone gets inspiration die.
Hell yeah.
So, also,
Hmm.
for all you spellcasters out there, which is everybody, now that you have a bardic inspiration die, you can use that whenever you either restore health or deal damage with your spell. You can roll that extra d6 for extra damage or extra health. Just to let
I
you
just
know.
clicked on it on the main page, like on my core,
Yep, that's where you do it.
and yeah, it's like a little dragon comes up.
Yep.
Wait,
Yep.
is there a thing? Do you guys? Is there a thing?
Yeah, top left, right next to strength ability.
So it's inspiration.
Inspiration, you can check that when you have a die.
Oh,
It's like the
Oh,
DM
fuck.
inspiration, but it's the same kind of concept.
it's a d6.
Okay.
I don't know if it adds
You-
that, but I think you just
No,
know
I think you just have to roll for it.
Yeah, you know you have it now. Like, I can
Yes.
keep track that I'm inspired.
Oh, nice.
Nice.
Nice. Okay, you all have that.
You need to put
Anyway,
I mean,
Alinea,
okay.
I'm communicating. I'm like shouting across. Are you comfortable with it? Are you cool with that? Do you want to be in charge of the clip of doing that?
I mean, I'm not going to attack
And
a shark with
This shark
a boat,
is coming out of
so
the water right now,
I'm
and is
going-
being
We have
charged.
guns. You can tell people on the ship to shoot the guns at the boat.
All right, we're now in combat mode as
Okay.
the dolphins kind of scatter a little bit more onto the right side of the ship. It looks like they're just huddling right above the water, just on the dock, like on the starboard side. It's like they're like trying to hide with the ship itself. Bowden has been calling out, "Shark coming in!" Shark's about 50 feet out right now as it's coming in, and it is charging the ship, heading towards you all. And you
And
see,
broadside, like about to T-bone the ship.
it looks like it's heading straight for the ship.
Wait, like, from the front.
Oh fuck.
What? Okay.
Okay, can I
Okay.
like is it at like casting distance yet?
Casting distance, so it's 50 feet away as of right
Yeah,
now. It is
both-
just kind of breached the water a little bit as it's barreling towards you all.
Veritan and I were prepping spells.
I
so,
will send mine then.
Okay, so
Yeah, I mean, I readied a spell as well.
did you?
go.
I mean, I would have if we weren't rolling for
Elenia,
initiative before
you
anybody.
are steering the boat right now.
I'm aware that I'm still steering the boat. So if I'm steering the boat and I'm like giving orders for people to like shoot, then am I not allowed? I'm not able to use any of my spells.
You are basically either using the ship. You're in charge of the ship basically. So it's either if you stop, then the ship stops.
Yeah, you could have readied everybody to fire at it if it breached water.
So for some perspective, you can call out things. You can move the ship. You can adjust things. You also have ballistae on the ship. If you look at your journal, you will see what you have in terms of like the ship itself. It should pop up.
Huh.
Do you see where it says the Kalypso?
No, I've clicked on it and there's a whole shitload. It's like a whole massive
Yeah.
sheet of shit. Like
Just look to Castro, just to make it simple. Just look to the right side where it says actions. Just focus on, that.
on the character sheet. Yeah, I saw
Yeah.
it.
So you get three
just
actions
focus
right now.
on, and so you could do 3 of those. So you can like do the weapons 3 times. You can do movement
Within one turn.
Yes.
within 1 turn. Yeah.
Okay.
But
I mean-
if you so as of right now, if the ship isn't moving, so you can move the ship and try and adjust and kind of get out of the way or do different things. But like if you just are shooting the ballista, the ship is dead in the water essentially, because you stop the ship to just focus on fighting and all that stuff. So
Yeah.
it just depends on what you do.
So
Yes,
I can't turn it and shoot.
You
You
can,
can, yeah.
but what I'm saying is you get 3 actions to do. So just whatever you choose for those actions, you get
Just
three.
think of it simple. It's like us, like as people, like in our turn, we can do three things. We can move, we can take an action, and then we can take a bonus action. You know, so it's the same thing. Like the ship can move, and then it could take an action, and then it could take a second action. You know, so like just just think of it like another person.
Same.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. Let me get the last of the initiative order. And Eve, you rolled a 5. And who am I missing here? I have Billy Veritan. Alenia, you rolled what? 12.
Our 2 guards, our 2 glass blades.
Okay. I'm getting them right now. I somehow don't have Mila's picture as I had before, so we're just going to use the same look that the other girl has. So, can't tell if that didn't. My screen, sorry, is not like dropping everyone fucking in for some reason. So, but yeah, for the time being, I will say that yes, they are.
Because Veritan and I prepped a spell before initiative, do we get to unleash that before we begin top round?
You may.
Okay, cool.
Heck yeah. Okay. Sweet.
Hold on a second. Okay. So you have Mila and you have Selly both on the ship. And let me just get them here.
Nice. Pretty sure this shark is not wise.
Yeah.
Yeah, what a fucking stupid ass shark. Why are you charging a massive shit?
Because it's
playing
hangry.
chicken.
Or maybe it's
He is hangry.
maybe it's possessed.
Maybe it's.
Who knows, man?
Somebody throw salt at it. Hit it with iron.
Oh,
Anyone got holy water?
Yeah, holy water. Somebody bless this ocean.
Okay, just so I know. Mila's the one in green. Great. So, Billy and Veritan, you both are making attacks, correct?
Hell yeah!
Okay.
Woo!
So, Billy, as the shark gets within about 30 feet, just lunging towards the ship, you see it kind of like almost like heading down. You cast Dissonant Whispers. How do you do this?
I already have my lute out, so I just go BAM! And like I just do strum a harsh power chord as it comes toward it.
Excellent. So you just hear this horrible sound coming from Billy as his lute just almost screams in agony from this sound, and the shark again goes to react. Let's see what happens here. That is a wisdom save.
Hell yeah, 14.
14.
Oof. You are lucky, sir. All right, so the shark visibly just like almost goes underwater a little bit more as it hears this sound, just horrible in its head, and it takes 11 psychic damage.
And it has to immediately use its reaction to move as far away from me as its speed allows.
Really?
Yes.
Really? Wow,
Yes.
that is a very useful spell right now.
Yes,
Excellent.
it is.
Okay.
That's why I cast it here. That's why I cast it here.
Okay. You took 11, so that is all right.
Come, my lady.
Give me my sugar pie, honey, baby.
Close.
Whatever it is. Whatever it is.
All right, so it has to use the rest of its action to leave.
It has to immediately use its reaction to get as far away from me as its speed allows.
Okay. So, as you do this, let's see. Excellent. So, that came in about 20. It is right now kind of pressing the ship, so it's going to make a turn, and this huge shark is now going to hit the.
I get to go as well.
Yes, but it's a reaction.
he goes
so he's going. It's a simultaneous reaction as this happens.
Oh, I see. He gets
You see what I'm saying? So it's like, and then you would go in that regard. So, the shark now heading to broadside the ship, ends up grazing along the edge, coming in, and instead it hits the ship at a slight angle as it tries to veer away in time to avoid Billy, and the ship ends up taking.
Oh, bullshit.
Yeah, right. I'm like, it's.
I would have done it. I will
away.
say, I would have done it the second it came in range, and my range was 60 feet. So if I casted it when it was 60 feet away.
Okay, so when we're calling out the distances for these things, you got to kind of just say when it is, just for future reference. Because at 50 feet, then it makes sense. But like if the shark is within this range, then so for the sake of this, we will say that yes, you can do that. But just if you're hearing the distances as it's coming in, you got to call out when you're doing it.
Okay, copy. Okay.
So the ship ends up taking. Let's see. 9 bludgeoning damage. Okay. All right, and everyone, go ahead and make a strength check, a strength saving throw, I should say.
Nat 20. Shit.
14.
All right.
My legs are locked.
Yeah, you got your sea legs, baby.
Yeah. Wonder what this is for, though.
Okay.
We might get knocked prone.
But if I'm tied up, wouldn't I get advantage on that?
Depends on how tight it is. It seems like you guys were just tied with a loose thing. It's a different kind of thing.
So it's obviously like way too late for it now, but it's like in the future, if I'm steering the boat, like since I can't ready a spell, I can ready the guns.
You could, yes.
Okay.
It's essentially you right now are the ship. So any action that you could normally do, like in the same regard.
No, I understand. I just wasn't ready for that. That's
Sure. So you all watch as Avelina and Mila both fall prone and get knocked 10 feet over. The rest of you manage to hold on to the ship, and none of you get knocked down.
Nice.
Well, that's good. So I'm stealing this bitch.
Yep.
You're holding steady.
Very good prone symbol here. All right, whatever. Now, moving on to Veritan. Your move as the shark is now about right here on the edge.
So I mean, I readied it for when he was breaching the water. So he breached it way out.
So it hit the shark is still breached. It hit the boat at this point, grazed across, gonna hit it, and then jutted out. It's still there.
So he's in full view of me.
Yes.
Okay.
It is still a reaction at this point because the shark has to immediately do a dissonant whisper. It's kind of a weird in between territory.
Got it.
But we go with that first, and then it's gonna be you right now.
Okay. Then I will cast my shit. Oh.
Oh shit!
Wow.
That's a crit.
Damn.
You guys have been doing so many nat 20s. This is stupid.
That's a crit,
It's
and I'm
so
gonna add
stupid.
my inspiration to that.
Okay.
Yeah, you
On
are.
top of that damage.
That magical
for it.
inspiration.
So I will cast it at first level. Holy shit! +6, I guess.
Plus a d6.
Plus a d6. So 6,
Plus a d6,
29,
plus a
30,
d6.
34, 35 damage.
Did you roll your d6?
Oh, it's not just a 6.
Also, are you using? Did you awaken or
And
no?
you can double the d6 too.
Oh hell yeah!
I don't believe that you get that first 3, since you did not use that feature.
What are you talking about? About the first 3?
Yes.
I didn't see that. No,
Yes.
yeah, I'm not counting that. I didn't see
Yeah.
that. So 29 plus 2d6 then. Damn, nice.
Just roll 1d6 and
So
double it.
roll
I
the
guess.
d6.
Oh shit! A crit.
An extra 12.
It doesn't
Holy
count.
shit!
No.
Yeah, it does. Crit roll.
That's
You
not
roll
that's
the
not a
die.
crit. No, that's not a crit. That's just a 6.
Ah, wait. Fuck. Does the magical
just a
inspiration
D6.
not count? Does it not count for the d20?
So what did you do? You just rolled. Did you roll only 1d6 there, right? So you still roll the highest, so that's great. So you rolled a 12. No, you'd roll twice.
Well, I don't know.
You technically
Well,
at
yeah.
this point. All right. So how it works is that it's any damage die that you are rolling, you double. So whatever damage die you're effectively rolling, you're doubling it. So in this
So
case,
he doubles the
you would
6.
you would double whatever damage die you had for the chromatic orb, and then you would double the 6. So you're rolling 2d6.
Well,
So
can
you
you just...
roll a second one.
Oh, okay.
Oh, so I need to roll it again. Okay.
Yes, because you're rolling however many damage die it is total, because you're doubling the damage die.
Okay.
Oh, got it.
So you just
So
roll. So
9.
perfect. So that is 9, 25, 38. Jesus.
Holy fuck.
Christ.
That's
38.
a nasty orb. That's a nasty fucking
All right,
orb.
Veritan, tell me what kind of damage are you doing here?
I am going to do lightning damage to it.
Okay.
Yeah.
And tell me
Decapitation damage.
how this is happening. I want to know how you're
All
summoning this much energy right now.
So, I see this shadow coming as I'm tied in now, and I reach in my pocket and I place the diamond in the center of my right hand. And as I see it coming, I look to the far distance where I see the storm and possible lightning happening in there. And I just start to envision this element where sparks start to fly around my hand. And you see from the center of the diamond, it starts to glow outwards, this orb that overtakes my hand. And I just huck it basically right at the water, where the thing in the water, shark in the water.
So, you basically just see this
Yeah.
and it sounds, I mean, truly, this diamond is fresh, Veritan, because it sounds like a bolt of lightning just shooting out, and it hits the shark right on the backside, directly above the fin, and just burns in this like arcing kind of like lightning pattern, just all the way up the front of it on its backside, and you just hear this this almost roar coming from this giant beast. I mean, this thing is huge. I mean, as you see the side of this thing, and it is just cringing in pain.
So am I, buddy.
That is
So
so
am I.
much damage. Okay, so
Dude, that was gross. That was gross.
That was pretty
Oh.
good.
Gross.
Yeah.
so
That was a lot of fucking damage.
it was a shitload of damage.
So much. Holy fuck,
At
that was
this,
beautiful.
so at this point, because of how this all kind of worked out, what we're doing is we're going to be doing, you readied your spells. It is now top of the round, and despite everything kind of happening this way, Billy, you are back up again.
Back at it again.
Because of the dissonant whispers before, it's heading away from me, right?
It is now heading away from you.
So it's no longer against. Is it still against the
It
ship?
is
or
exactly where it is right now. It
Okay.
had used its initial reaction to do this.
Okay. Fuck. All I got. I'm gonna do another dissonant whispers. I'm just gonna do another solid power chord and hit it again.
Okay.
Just to really get it the fuck away.
All right. So another power chord, right?
Yeah. That's kind of what it sounds like.
You guys just hear
No big
Billy
deal.
one more time pull at this sound, and it's just this horrible note. And once again, just the shark. You see kind of like this sound. It almost feels like it's just blasting in the direction of the shark. And what is the save again? That is a
14.
okay.
Wisdom. 14 wisdom save.
Fucking shark.
I want to.
One more
Shark.
time, Billy. This shark just and it takes all 14 damage.
You messed with the wrong boat.
Hell yeah, you did.
Oh, and
dumbass
it
shark.
now is using its action to again move away from you, Billy, and it's going to head down the ships.
It just wanted a friend.
Okay, so now it's on the backside over here.
Oh, I'm gonna use seeing Veritan kick ass. I'm gonna use my bonus action to give Veritin another inspiration die. And I'm going to say, Veritin! You're the magic man! And then...
Hell yeah.
and boom, inspiration die to Veritin.
All right.
And
so,
you just see like this rippling of electricity fall off my hand and through my body.
Yeah.
Veritin, it is your move.
Cool. And I'm just gonna be I'm just gonna give him a nod as he sees my hand start to, like the electricity as it fades off, he sees my hand rise and start to fog up. And from my hand, you see it starts to actually crystallize over and freeze a little bit as I run to the other side of the boat.
So where are you heading to now?
I'm gonna go here, I think. 5, 10.
So
5,
you,
10,
you
15,
keep in mind
20,
this is you have to move kind of with the boat. So
5, 4, yeah, 30, right? 10, 20.
right here. Do you move down the railings?
10,
You can get to
20.
there.
Okay, cool.
All right.
Yep. And I'm gonna go over to the side, and I am going to cast Chromatic Orb. again.
Hold on a second. You're tied in at this point. So I'm asked, like, when you say you're tied in, how long is this rope that you're using to tie yourselves in? Because you all have tied yourselves to something. Where
I mean,
are you tied?
I guess at least that far to get so I can get to the edge. You know, like if I were to do it, I mean, the height of the water and me falling into the water, it's not. I'm not going to fall into the water. I need moving room. So.
But what is? Because you just moved down the deck and everything. So what are you tied to? That's what I want to know.
I would have been tied to, I guess, the mast.
There's a mast here and there's a mast here. Sorry, there's one here and there's one here. Okay.
Got it. Let's see.
Because if you guys are going to be kind of doing this with being tied to it, you have to know
Right.
your length. Because otherwise, it's
Copy.
So I'll just go to the side then. I'll just go right
Okay.
there then, and then look over the edge, and I will shoot this now crystallized over hand of magic at the water, and I want to like also freeze him up a little bit with electricity, and I cast Chromatic Orb.
okay.
Cold.
Go ahead and cast it.
Oh, another nat 20? What the fuck?
This is what is going on right now? All right.
Dude,
Okay.
Billy
All
Bear
right.
back to
And
back to back.
I will use this on Inspired as well.
Holy fuck. Yes! Yes!
This is unreal, you guys. It's great. I'm very happy for you.
Holy shit.
Fucking up this shark.
17.
29 again.
So, yeah, 29. 29 plus 5.
5. Mhm.
Oh, and a crit! So
Yeah,
25.
all right, so that's
36.
Mark is not dead.
36 damage.
Oh,
that I just send railing over the
36 damage.
side.
Stupid. Stupid.
If this thing is
Okay.
out dead,
Oh
I'd
my
be surprised.
Oh my
Hold on a
gosh.
second.
I'd be very surprised if this thing didn't die from that.
Right, I'm like, wait, what? Yeah, there's no way it has more than 70 hit points.
25 points?
Huh?
Okay.
No, that 25 is what he rolled to see if it's gonna hit, and then the 17 plus 12, the 29 is the hit, plus the 2 inspiration. So it's 29 plus 11.
That's so right now you guys
40?
have so far 99 damage to this shark.
Holy fuck. Just me and you, man.
You had 2 crits on Chromatic Orb, which is just stupid with inspiration.
That is so dumb. That's right.
Dude, inspiration is clutch. That magical inspiration.
That's some serious damage.
All
there.
right, so you watch as Veritin one more time kind of gathers fucking nat 20 gathers this orb, and he leans out over the bow, and despite the fact that the shark is hidden behind the ship and underneath it, and it's such an impossible shot,
No, it's not.
he
Guess not.
shoots out this arc of just cold energy. It just feels like the arc, and you watch as along the ship, the water cresting up as the waves crash, freeze in place as this beam comes through, and it almost makes snow moving across the side of the ship as this thing blasts this shark, and just ice arcs up the entire thing, and it just is it is hemorrhaging at this point. You see blood in the water, and it's just. All right. The dolphins, terrified out of their mind, are fleeing as fast as they can away from the ship because it is absolutely frightening. It is now Selly's turn. She is going to help Mila get to her feet and just looks over at you guys. I think you got this. And she's going to bring Selly and Avelina to their feet. And it is now Elenia's turn. Elenia, what would you like to do?
I mean, I would like to not be steering the ship, but at this point, I guess I'm just going to,
Just
I'm
lay
going
into
to,
it, man. Frickin'
yeah,
lay
right.
into it.
I'm going to like fire off the aft.
Okay.
You know.
So you want to fire one of the crossbows?
Don't I have people with, I don't know, the ballistas on the front? Is that what that is?
They're on the backside. They're actually right by the shark, but right now it's almost like underneath it. So it's an impossible shot to get to because it's so close that it's almost underneath it. If you move the ship, you might be able to kind of get around it.
Okay, so then I guess I'm going to turn the ship first and then do that.
Okay. So you want to just head out and move 90 degrees as well?
Are you talking about the ship? What are you talking?
The ship. So you want to move the
commanding the
ship.
ship
You
right
are
now.
the ship. You're steering and commanding the ship right
Your
now.
character
No, I
is the
under-
ship.
Okay. So can I?
set it
I'm gonna steer it. Yeah.
Sure.
I'm gonna turn it like 90 degrees or whatever, so then
Okay.
I can try to hit this stupid fucking shark that's somehow not dead.
All right. So
I know.
Dead.
What kind of fucking magical shark?
This is a massive shark, and you start to steer the ship, calling on commands. Move forward, move to starboard side, turn around. We'll hit it from the rear. And you call out these commands, and the ship starts to turn, and you're moving ahead about, I'd say around 30 feet or so. And the shark ends up being behind you. It's going to make an opportunity attack against the ship. Okay. All right. That's going to take 29 damage on the Kalypso.
It's making an opportunity attack because I'm turning the ship.
You're moving the ship out of range of where it is right now, but you're also getting into range of where you can fire the guns.
It's a good tactical move. In the long run.
Go ahead and make an attack roll on. So the shark is now. You've moved out and to the right, so you actually have a clear shot straight behind it. So the shark is basically on just underneath where the butt is. I just don't have it on the map right here, so it's on this lower side right here. It's about 30 feet out. Go ahead and make an attack roll with one of your ballista. So you're going to roll for the
you can
Kalypso,
click
and you're going
on
to
it
click on
here.
ballista.
Here?
Yep. Did you?
Yeah.
You clicked on fire ballista. Click on the actual weapon on the right where it says actions.
This one?
Yep.
Why can't I see
Okay.
that?
All right. And firing the ballista into the water, you see as it just barely misses the shark as it's coming around. Just dodges out of the way.
Yarr!
That's a miss,
Yarr!
Captain.
Send him to Davy Jones!
All right, Eve, it is your turn.
Get him, Eve. Sick
Wait,
me.
doesn't she get a third action? She moved the ship, shot one
She
ballista.
moved the ship and turned it.
Oh, okay. Copy.
Actually, hold on. Let me see something here. No, I take it back. You can have one more action. If you'd like to fire one more, you can.
Fire
Okay,
game.
great.
Okay.
Hell yar. Do we get to see these rolls?
All right. Fire it.
Does it not? Oh, I guess it only goes to you. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm not
we'll
making
change
it do that, by the way.
No. I know. I will change that right now. So, let's actually just do.
I want to see if the
Everyone
ship
right
can
now.
beat my damage.
Can you
Yeah,
get
right.
more
All
damage
right.
than a fucking
So
ship?
you all can see this at this point now. It's in everyone's journal, just so you're aware. And Go ahead and roll for damage. That hits.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Senders.
So how do I roll for damage on it?
Click on the weapon, where it says weapon ballista.
Oh, sorry. It wasn't doing it when I was whatever, because I had...
As they fire the second ballista, the first just missing, you call it again, fire! And one of the newer recruits, actually, is surprisingly holding this thing, fires it, and it hits right in the head, just piercing through it, and it does 26 piercing damage.
Holy fuck! There you go.
Eh, not bad.
Not bad.
I know.
But did you use a diamond to inflict over 40 damage?
Eve,
I
it
don't
is
think
your
so.
turn.
Shit.
Still alive? It's like at 125.
It is your
Yeah.
turn, Eve.
What the
It's
fuck
a
kind of...
beefy-
So
it's
this
a
shark is
beefy
about 30
fucking
feet behind
shark.
the boat. It's a decent.
Okay. I want to do guiding bolt on him.
What's the range on that?
120 feet.
All right.
Hell yeah.
The shark is probably about right here. You need to kind of. It's
Move.
behind the boat, so you got to move out and kind of lean out to see it.
Okay. So I guess like. See
I would actually say at this point that the shark is closer to. We'll just say it's closer to this side, because of the turn. It's about right here.
So I guess I'll go at least. I know I'm tied in, so maybe at least across the way,
Sure.
like
You want to
here.
go like right to here?
Yeah.
Perfect. Go ahead and make an attack roll.
I just do this, right?
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah.
Yes! You have inspiration die also.
Go
Yeah.
ahead
To
and
remind you.
roll for damage, Eve.
Hell yeah.
Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah.
This game's broken.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, I might have to remake my account so that way I'm not breaking the system.
All right, and Eve, go ahead and roll 2d6 as well.
My God. 2d6. Okay, 1, 2. Ooh.
Okay. So,
Okay.
you all watch as Eve comes out to the side of the ship and leans out right above the stairway that kind of is elevated, looks out above the water, hair billowing. And how do you cast this, Eve?
Okay, so I want to again I use my hands to create like a circle,
You have to have the thing.
like outward in its direction.
Okay, so Eve, you pull out this crystal, and it just begins to glow in your hands as you again kind of pull this energy around, and this light appears right in the center of it, and you just pull it out with your hand, and this brilliant, blindingly bright, flaming arc shoots out, and you watch as a comet bursts out of your hands, and it runs to the shark, soaked in water, and at this point, it blasts through the shark and literally obliterates it. And it looks like the end of Jaws when the shark blew up because of it. Like this giant 30-foot shark who just wanted to eat some dolphins comes through and just gets obliterated into the air as this massive blast happens. And then there's silence.
Woo! All right. Well.
I'm gonna go take a nap now.
The hell was
I
wrong with that shark?
cannot believe that you all just...
That was amazing.
That shark rolled a nat 1 on initiative. And you
That was
all,
amazing.
every single one of you, pretty much nat 20'd on your hit.
Oh my god.
I know.
I'm so pissed.
Can I'm gonna untie myself and I want to assess the damage done by the shark and see if I can mend it.
I'm gonna
Shark.
go and I'm gonna go up to Elenia and just Elena, can you turn it around and just do a circle around the shark real quick? Just
Yeah,
kind of
sure.
go around. And I want to look to the water since it was a massive shark. I want to see what it's been eating, if there's any bodies or if there's any like just anything.
Floating pieces of
Yeah,
information.
like wood
Go
or-
ahead. Okay, go ahead and make a perception check.
I'll say before Veritan leaves to do that, I'm gonna do an epic high five. after that. Amazing.
Leaping.
I'll
Yeah.
high five, and as I do, I'm gonna flick the diamond over my shoulder and catch it, and then put it in my pocket.
Smooth.
Make a dexterity check. A
Oh.
dexterity saving throw.
What? Okay.
Oh yeah, don't drop
13.
your.
You
got
toss it up in the air, and as the boat rocks, you still manage to catch it in your hands.
Ooh.
That would have sucked.
Yeah,
That
but I
would've
high
sucked.
five too, so it was cool.
Yeah.
The whole thing was cool.
As all this has happened in the span of around, I'd say, 12 seconds.
It was a very fast battle.
Bowden,
All right, we're down here.
Bowden looks back at Avelina and just goes, "What happened?"
There was a shark. It's
Somebody
dead.
fill me in. What's going on?
Yeah, that's a
I'm
very
glad
don't
you
worry
know.
about it moment.
I'm
Yeah.
glad you boys left me something to kill. I was pretty sure you guys were gonna kill him off right there and then.
I'm gonna
Talk
put
About
my
finishing
hood up
low.
and just kind of give her a smile and a nod. I don't want to draw too much attention because the crew is still around. I mean,
And
they saw
all the
everything,
crew is
but
literally like the crew is applauding you guys at this point, and even Selly and Mila are just all in like they're not even applauding; they're just in shock as like the rest of the crew is just applauding, and everyone cannot
Please.
believe what's going on. And Bowden is like, "What happened?" And Avalanche
Everyone
like,
back
"It was
to
a
your
big shark,
business."
giant shark."
yeah. I'm investigating the waters, aren't I?
So did you make a perception check yet?
What am I trying to assess on? What am I trying to see?
You're trying to look at the water. You're seeing everything else. I know what you want to do because you want to investigate it, but you haven't even seen what's there yet.
Okay.
Because there's a lot of debris in the water. You're trying to see kind of what you can actually make out as the ship is moving.
We're circling around it as well.
Yep.
So
Yep.
cool. 12.
Oh.
You do notice that there is. It looks like there's some dolphin and other things. It looks like there is also some tentacles of some kind. I'm not really sure if you know what octopus are, but it seems very large. So you see these large tentacles. Like this is a huge shark, and the tentacles seem pretty damn big by comparison. You also see looks like some vague bodies. Just kind of like almost humanoid and like little, like you see a hand or two, and maybe like just like kind of like a part of a leg. That's kind of all you can kind of recognize from what's going on.
Cool.
But
Any
they
rings
look
on their
like they
fingers?
they look like they have almost like scales, and that it's like it seems just odd. Like it's not like it's a normal humanoid. It almost seems like it's aquatic of some kind.
See people.
Um,
See people.
I'm gonna yell for Billy to come over and ask him if he recognizes anything like that.
Okay. Billy, go ahead and make a history check.
Looking at the shark. Oh, gross. So much stuff. That's an 11.
Billy, you're not really familiar with what that could be. You recognize that it's a giant octopus, it looks like. That might be bits of it that were in the shark. And you recognize that, like, kind of dolphin familiarities, but for the most part, you don't really... It's kind of hard to see.
Yeah, Veritan, it looks like... I mean, there's octopus in there, but those arms... I can't place it. I don't know. Doesn't look human. That's for sure.
What is it, lads?
Maybe.
I don't know. Bowden, why don't you take a look at the water?
Ah, yes.
Ooh.
I see two
Never
assholes
gonna get
sitting on the
old.
side of a ship.
Just
Yeah,
to
it looks like
maybe have a peek.
yeah. Yeah, and take those sunglasses off.
Could it be a man? What was that thing? A mantis shrimp?
A mantis shrimp.
Yeah,
A
what was
mantis
that?
shrimp? A mantis shrimp?
A mantis shrimp, right? Or
It
yeah.
is not a mantis shrimp.
Okay, no mantis shrimp.
Yeah.
Okay.
No man too short.
So at this point, you kind of circled for a second.
Yeah, I'll explain to Bowden the scaled humanoid arms and legs. See if he perhaps has heard anything of his tales, like I don't know, fish people.
Do they have fins?
I can't.
On the
quite
hands
tell.
itself, is asking if like you saw like kind of fins coming off of them.
I don't think I did. I saw scales. Did I see that?
Yeah, did we? Did
I mean,
see
we're going
fins?
slow around this thing. You know, I want to see.
Okay, if you're still looking at this point, then go ahead and make an investigation check.
Oh, now I get it. 22.
So you do notice that like there's not much. It's been digested quite a bit, but you do see that there's kind of like it looks like almost like scales, and then on the hand that seems kind of complete, and there also seems to be almost a fin coming off of it. It's webbing in between the hands as well.
Looks like the shark may have killed a couple of our mermaids down below.
Mermaids.
No, not the mermaids. Don't worry, Bowden. Don't worry, I'll take care of that. But
Thank you, Billy.
but it seems yes, they are some type of finned arm thing.
It might be the sea spawn.
The sea
Her reach was
spawn.
getting out here.
What are sea spawn?
There are no seals in this area.
I've heard of sea span. But I've never
That's
heard of
how
sea
again
spawn.
do not go this far north. At least not in a while. Be on the lookout if that shark is hunting the spawn. I mean, its feeding grounds from the size of it must be huge, but
Are sea spawn sea people? Is that?
sea spawn are what the sea can do to people.
Oh, interesting.
It's,
So these were humans who became one with the ocean?
not in a good way. There are, I guess the best way to put it would be there are certain things that are old in the sea, or certain things that have knowledge in the sea, and they have a means of affecting people in the sea.
Like a sea hag, perhaps?
Quite like a sea hag.
Looks like we're getting close.
But I have
then.
heard of sea spawn in my travels.
You rolled for a history check and you did not.
Oh, okay, copy.
All right, then.
Well, I think
Is anybody hungry?
it seems like you have made quick work of. I've heard of giant sharks, and they're no joke. So, I must say, I'm rather impressed with all of you. That happened rather quickly, and Avelina fell before she even knew what happened. I
Well,
think that if we face this sea hag or whatever else we might face, I feel pretty confident now. And you just hear the crew once more. Cord is with us.
yeah, cool.
Billy, make a performance check. Make a persuasion check with disadvantage.
Oh fuck.
I'm gonna use. Hold on, time out. A what check?
A persuasion check with disadvantage.
I'm gonna use my forceful presence to make that disadvantage into a regular.
Okay.
Into a regular roll. And what is this? What is this? Persuasion?
Yep.
Can I inspire that? Oh, hell
21.
yeah.
That's pretty
Everyone chants back. Cord is with us.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah. All right.
We're gonna go, Bowden. I'm gonna go assess to see if the shark did hit us broadside a little bit. I'm just gonna go check to see.
Yes.
I'll,
Done.
I'll go
Talk to
down
me.
below to see if there's any
Yeah.
leak or water or hole break.
Mermaid body parts
Yeah,
and such.
or
Yes,
mermans.
I think that would be sound. Avelina, check in with the crew and see if there's anything else that needs to be done. Alenia and Bowden's gonna kind of walk over to you again, manning the ship. I understand that happened fast, and well, your reaction was smart, and I think you did good. Well done.
Thank you.
Little fatherly love.
Yeah, Captain.
Aye, Captain.
All
Are
right.
you guys all right?
Oh, we're fine. More fine than I can say that shark is from the sound of it.
Yes, from the sound of it.
Yes. Not gonna lie, I kind of wish I could have seen that one, but you'll have to regale the tale to me later. And he just looks at Avelina and kind of just squeezes her hand. In the meantime, I think that we should head back to the storm and make our way back on course.
And
Right.
I'm gonna go down below and settle into just write about this shark and aquatic, honestly, the seafaring experience, because
Sure.
this is like weird to me.
And as you're doing this, you cross the path and you just see Mila with Selly holding Mila's hair back as Mila is just hurling over the side of the boat. Just.
And I'm just gonna pat her on the back as I walk past. Hood up. I'm just gonna pat her as I walk down the stairs.
It's so much fun. All right, you're heading down below.
Cool.
Veritin and Eve, are you doing? Or Billy and Eve, are you doing anything?
Yeah, I'm checking the damage on the boat.
Great. Billy, go ahead and make a investigation check with advantage since Werbin is helping you.
Okay, I'll roll again. 18.
Great. You do assess the damage from the outside. It seems like it might be worth looking inside as well, just to double check. It was a good hit. It seems like it hit worse on the rear of the boat than the front, more of like a tail smack. But at the same time, though, overall, the ship feels pretty good. If anything, it might just need some repairs on the inside. And it seems like it hit near the top of the deck.
Yeah, I'm gonna go
above the waterline.
I'm gonna go anywhere it hit, surface level, and then below deck. I'm gonna look inside in the hold where it hit, both stern and bow, and just cast mending to every 6 seconds to like fix it.
Okay. You managed to repair with mending. I would say just kind of doing little things that you managed to kind of fix about 30 points of that damage. The rest that you are going to have to kind of actually do some repair work with. And Werbin is going to kind of coordinate with you and just like start getting on to like into actual repairs, which he is familiar.
Okay, I'll work with him on that then.
Okay, so you two are going to be doing that. You're down below deck. Eve, what are you doing?
I'm gonna untie myself and just kind of, I don't know, I guess, I really don't know, I guess at this point, just grab something to eat or drink.
Okay.
You like sushi?
The little
Eve,
man
You're
meat.
going to go down below and you're just going to kind of
A little
check
seaman
in on
meat.
some
A little
food.
seaman.
So you're going to be down here.
Yeah, there's
just, like, looking at
shark all in the
swords and
water.
stuff. Veritin, you over here. Eve, while you're looking through the storage, you hear some rustling.
Huh?
Bitches.
Rustling?
Since you're
There's
looking
a
for
rustling.
food and kind of going through different things down
Some
here, you actually hear some
wrestling?
rustling going on.
No.
Veritin, you are down below in the captain's quarters, correct?
Yeah. I am. I mean, I was walking down there.
Yeah.
Okay. Can I investigate
Sure.
where it's coming from?
You hear it coming from over in this area right here.
Okay.
Go ahead and make an investigation check.
Investigation.
Investigation.
A 4. That's a 4. Wait, I
So-
rolled. Oh, okay. I
Not
thought-
exactly Harriet the Spy.
Do you have
So-
inspiration?
As,
No,
she already used it.
she already used it.
Yep.
And I'm out of inspiration. So,
Eve,
but
the
it was
rustling seems to have stopped.
worth it.
Worth.
You just see a rat coming out from around the boat, around the crates, and it just kind of like looks at you for a moment, and then just runs off in the direction of the shadows back over in this corner.
A hissing rat. Good God. How big is it?
Kind of cat rat?
It's the size of a shark.
I cast fireball.
Want to follow it and here?
Okay. Go ahead and make an investigation check.
Kind of monster.
That's an 11.
You find a scared rat huddling in the corner, just looking at you, and it's just holding onto a morsel of food.
Ratatouille.
Okay, I leave the rat alone and let it eat its meal.
Okay. Billy, you are working on the damage with Werbin. It seems like it's going to take. Yep. It seems like from what you can tell right now with the damage and like the extra supplies that you have on the boat, that you will need to send someone over at some point with just to do some surface repairs on this side of the boat. But for right now, you can get most of the damage fixed. I'd say you now have around 12 points of damage left.
When you say send someone over, you mean after we dock, or do you mean like I go up on
No,
deck and
you
find...
guys can. You would lower someone down with rope, and actually make some repairs from the outside.
Oh, sure. Well, when we're done here, I'll go up and we'll get that done too.
Okay.
Can I try to like still figure out if I can hear that ruffling or rustling?
Wrestling.
Mud wrestling.
Okay, Eve. So having seen this.
Put guidance on myself. Sorry, sometimes I think I need to yell. Can I put guidance on myself?
Sure. So go ahead and make a investigation check now.
Okay, wait. How do I do guidance again?
You're gonna have to click on it in your menu.
Core.
of things,
Guidance?
So
Oh, that's gonna come in so handy.
This is with Rat Vantage too.
with Rat.
Like investigation as well.
Right.
What's that?
Ratspiration.
Investigation.
So you're gonna do investigation and Eve guidance. You already have clicked, so great.
Oh hell yeah!
Fine.
Yeah.
Okay. Eve, you do hear some shifting again coming from this crate right here. It sounds like something moving around inside one of the.
Gimgin?
Is that you, Gimgin?
Gimgin made it?
Gimgin! Oh my gosh.
If this is
Okay, what is
Gimgin,
it?
I hope this is Gimgin.
Wait, sorry guys, not everything's fine.
It's Gimgin.
I don't know what.
Def Gimgin.
Gimgin. I can't say these. Babe,
What?
all these names are so hard.
What would you like to do?
I wanna, I don't know, pull a crowbar out and open one of these things. That's
Do you have a crowbar?
I don't have a crowbar.
Okay.
I don't have a crowbar.
No, hold on one second. I'll figure it out. So it's in the box?
It's in the crate. Something is in this crate right here that you heard
Okay.
rustling now around.
Okay. Give me a second.
Do you want to borrow a whistle? Would that help you? I got a whistle you could use.
A whistle? What's the whistle gonna do?
Maybe a ink pen. I don't have a
I
crowbar.
have a
though.
small hammer.
A hammer might work.
Yeah.
That might do it.
I have a receipt.
So,
Get her the receipt.
I-
We'll
Oh,
start
this
with
was a
that.
weapon.
I have
Yeah.
sealing wax.
Eve, you're
In
just
case you
staring
wanna
at
write
this
a
thing
letter.
right now, trying to figure out how to get inside. As everyone else is kind of moving around, you see Billy kind of moving and working on stuff over here on the side of the boat. He's also been making trips to the rear of the boat as well, moving past you. The crew is kind of milling around as you're just staring at this.
Hold on. I keep forgetting what these weapons are, so I need to Google what they look like. Oh, that's not a weapon. So I'm gonna use the skimar or scimitar.
Scimitar, dead.
Matar.
Or
Scimitar.
What do you want to do with it?
to take the edge and
So you want to pry with it? Yeah. Okay. Go ahead.
Can I hear this?
Veritin, you are just in there writing down everything in your journal, correct?
Well, would I be able to hear it? Whatever's rustling out there?
There's a lot of it, like stuff going on. You hear a lot of the boat. You hear a lot of the creaking. Everything's moving up on top of the deck. It's pretty. It's kind of not really something that you would hear from within the room as that's going on. There's no loud noise that really has caught your attention.
Would I
What are you
hear
listening
her
for?
doing this?
Billy, you saw her looking at this intently as you were kind of moving around, but you were also kind of focusing your task. But you did see her just staring at this thing. And I will say, Billy, that you did see the rat initially.
As I'm moving around and I see her, I'm just gonna check in with her and be like, Eve, what are you looking at?
I don't know. I heard
And you just see her with a scimitar in this crate right now.
Well, I'm trying to pry this open. Something, I don't know if there's more rats in here or something. Maybe they're trying to get to the food, but they're all.
Okay, hold on. And I'm gonna take out my pit and hammer, and I'm just gonna like get in this, just kind of crack it open.
Okay. And as you crack this thing open, you see a bunch of potatoes kind of rolling out onto the deck, and inside, Billy, you do see a very kind of scared-looking dwarf.
Holy fuck! Is it Gimgin?
It is not Gimgin.
Okay.
And
Holy fuck, is it
Hi.
Gimgin?
I want to take a step back because I thought it would be rats, and I didn't expect it to be like
Person.
Yeah,
a
it's just like what?
person.
I can explain.
Explain now and quick because well, you should definitely not be here because well, you've ever heard of spud people? It's when they get in the potatoes. Well, they start to become like a potato, and you don't want that to happen.
No, that sounds awful. Look, I just needed to get on the ship. I didn't think that you would. You all seemed so focused on everything else. I just didn't think that I could actually get on, and I have to get to Easel Cross.
I have two questions. My first one is, how the hell did you breathe in there?
It was a little difficult, but I was adjusting myself because the potatoes can be. It was getting rather uncomfortable, and I have to say, my nerves in the back of my leg are just killing me right now.
Second question, who the hell are you, and why do you need to get to Easel Cross stowing away on this boat? And how would you even stow away on this boat?
Yeah.
Okay. Me and my friends, we've been watching the boat for a bit, and I thought this was the only opportunity that I would get to try and find my brother. You see, well, I've been praying to Moradine, and Trevor hasn't really been helping me in any way, and I just thought that, like, if he can't do anything, then I had to do something, and so,
Wait, Trevor the priest?
yes,
He's your brother?
no, I'm trying to find my brother.
Oh.
Listen, I had seen you, well, talking to Trevor inside, when it seems like a lot was going on in the village, that I didn't know about, but then with the whole thing that happened to the family and all the rumors started to spread, but it seemed that you were all at the center of it, and the fact that you were moving to Easel Cross and everything with the Kalypso, I just saw this as the only way that I could get to Easel Cross to find my brother.
Oh, was your brother one of the crewmen that disappeared?
No, my brother. Listen, my name is Valna Trueblood. I had seen you all when you were at the Temple of Moradine, and again, I've been doing what I can to pray and stand back, but well, my father won't do anything, and if Bertrand goes somewhere, and I haven't heard word from him so long that I'm afraid something would happen.
Bertrand's your brother?
Yes, Bertrand Trueblood.
With a V or a B?
Bertron.
Bertrand Trueblood.
And
You know, there's a TV show.
Billy,
named that,
as you're looking at her, she's coming out of the crate now in terms of like assembling herself and everything. The first thing that strikes you is the fact that she has a maul on her back that looks very familiar.
Is it the silvered one?
It is.
I reach out and grab it and just say, "Where did you get this?"
I'd like that back, please. I paid a lot of money for that.
How old does this kid look?
She's a younger dwarf, but I would say that she looks closer to around. She's around. You know, you don't really know dwarves that well, but she looks like an adult. Put it that way. A young adult, but an adult.
She looks like 20 to us, but she may be younger.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, like
You get the sense
Twilight
that
of the
she is
Mockingjay
a
series
young
is
adult.
girls.
Yeah, so
Her beard hasn't quite grown in.
Right.
this is a footsie.
Look, you have no business being on this boat, quite frankly. and you come in here stowing away with a weapon, a very nice weapon, but a weapon nonetheless.
Well, the weapon wasn't necessarily for you. It was for what I might find in Easel Cross, and I have it on good merit that that weapon has seen a lot of battle, and its previous owners had slayed many, many villains, and so it seemed like an opportunity to buy it.
That's good for you. I'm going to hold on to it for now.
I
know
don't
more
think
about
so. And she's holding onto the weapon still with you. As you have grabbed this, you've tried to pull it off of her, but you're just kind of holding onto it, and she's definitely holding onto it too.
Do I not hear this?
Oh, I think
conversation
so.
happening?
At this point, you would have heard this.
I'm coming out there.
I'm going to cast Charm Person.
Okay. All right.
Hell yeah.
Go ahead and cast it.
I'm coming out there too.
Veritan like cannot not be in the gossip.
Me? I am less
Veritan
gossip.
is like something's happening.
Alenia, it is a beautiful day outside.
You're gonna thank me
you
later.
watch the shark get blown up.
You're gonna
and,
thank me.
And you're back on this ship, and it just feels like old times right now with your mother and Bowden. There's a lot of nostalgia happening right now. You're
Yay!
Hey, who's this hoe?
Okay. Did you cast it?
I did, yeah.
So what is the save on here?
It's a wisdom save, and it's 14. Just make 14.
You are kind of fighting back with her at this point.
No.
You're holding
I am
onto
not
her
in
weapon.
combat with her.
You're
No.
holding onto
Don't.
her weapon.
Yes, but I am not in. I'm not in combat with her.
You're holding onto her weapon at this point.
Did you not charm her?
All right.
I am.
Oh, you know it's
No, it says we are. It says if we are fighting it, and we're not. We're just talking.
Okay. So, that is... There we go. All right. What's the save?
14.
Great. You guys have been rolling so well, and everyone else has been rolling like shit. So, you watch as Volna immediately becomes placid. Let's go of it.
Eve, have you met my friend Volna? Volna, this is Eve. I'd like to.
So was that your sword?
It's the mallet. It's a silver mallet hammer
Hi,
that
Billy.
we had before.
I'm Volna. Nice to meet you.
I'm gonna come. Am I here now?
You are here, and you're watching as she went from holding this silvered maul to just staring at you all in a very pleasant manner.
What do we have here?
Hi,
This
my name's
here
Volna.
is.
What's your name?
Wow.
I'm Veritan.
This is a dope ass charm.
So this is my
Charm.
friend, Volna, and she was here in the potatoes, stowing away. She Veritan. She had this friend of ours, and I held out the mallet to you.
I got it
That
at
she
a really
bought?
good deal. Apparently, it's slayed many, many villains at this point, and it had just fallen into the brothers' hands. But they said that the previous owner had decided to retire. But if I'm heading to Easel Cross to save my brother, that seemed like the weapon that I needed because no one else seems to be taking any action.
How do you know your
That's
brother
very
is
good.
Isocross?
Volna.
Well, he wrote me letters, and well, he told me that he was going there initially. Anyways, he was just.
For what reason?
Well, my father, my brother is an elf. My father is a dwarf. My mother is an elf, or my late mother. Basically, Bertrand had decided that our family couldn't face the. Well, there's a lot of more traditional dwarves that don't really like the mixing of blood, and as our name bears a certain irony in that, they've somewhat outcast my father from the forges, and the old tradition that the family held back in Uthodurn, and so At least those older families had, and my father has been putting up with it. But Bertrand decided that he wanted to make the family proud, and despite being an elf, he sought to be the best dwarf that he could, and thought that if he can get to Easel Cross, where, well, all the adventure seems to be, and bring back some sort of artifact or something from there, that he could bring my father back into his good graces. And
That is
I
such a
haven't heard.
wonderful idea that you have to go and save him. Do you by any chance have the letters that he wrote you? I would love to read them. And I'm just like following along with the charm to make her.
Yes,
I'm her friend,
and she
so.
she pulls out some letters, and in fact, she does have a letter from Bertrand from the last time that he was in Palebank. Seems like actually no, he has one from Palebank, and then he has one additionally from Easel Cross. That was the last letter, and it
Both?
just says, yes.
This is wonderful. Thank you so much.
And you just get the idea he's talking about family, and that he feels so at fault for father's problem, and that his father might talk to him once again if things could just like work out. He feels like, especially after what happened to mother, he can't look at him the same way, and he has to make amends for mother, and just he's got to find something and do whatever an alchemist can to figure it out. He knows he's onto something, and he's heard tales in Easel Cross. And the next letter from Easel Cross, it says that he's heard of some expeditions that have found some runes, and he's going to try and find them. But he has his own yurt, as he calls it, which is not like anything that he's been in. And he's going to try and see what he can discover. It seems dangerous, but he's excited.
Why was he looking into these runes? Why was he heading toward the? What was his goal here?
He wanted to find something, anything that might make the family proud. Again,
What was this rift between?
my father Kildrak is an old but still traditional dwarf, and although he was a great dwarf in his youth and made the family proud, and then he fell in love with an elven woman named Clyra Dallanthane, and she died during a collapse in the tunnels when retrieving Bertrand.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It was near Kavaristad, the volcano, and Bertrand was looking into some alchemical things there. And she saved him, but he's always blamed himself ever since. And, well, I normally wouldn't be telling this to anyone, but Billy, you and I go way back, so I must say that I'm so glad that we're friends.
So am I.
Yes.
So am I.
But
Reading these letters that I am looking at, do they seem concerning in any way? Or does it seem very cordial to his sister?
Bertrand seems like he has a very close relationship with his sister, but at the same time, Bertrand seems like you get the sense from the words in how he's writing that he's very learned.
He's very what?
Learned.
Learned?
Yes,
Yeah,
like
educated.
he's well educated.
Oh, I see.
Yes.
He has learned.
He's learned. He's learned
Yes.
a lot.
He's learned.
Yeah.
It sounds like he's well
learned
educated, and that he also blames himself severely for his mother's death. And he's desperate to try and find something to redeem himself in his father's eyes, is what he keeps making out.
Got it.
And yes, I've tried telling him for years that it wasn't his fault, but father just became more distant after a while, and they didn't talk, and then it just got worse when the other family started berating him, especially because I guess father lost his love, and Bertrand always tried to be the dwarf that he thought his father wanted, but now I know Kildrak, our father, wants him back. It's just he feels that he just needs some time alone, but I fear that Bertrand has stumbled onto something dangerous.
Dangerous like what? Dangerous like what?
Well, you just hear of adventurers and people going to Easel Cross, and Bertrand is not exactly the physical type.
Is he?
And you are.
Much more than my brother, I will say. That mace that I just got, I'm quite familiar with how to use those, but since I just came down in the hopes of at least talking to someone or maybe receiving a letter or finding any news of Bertrand from here, and no one was here, I thought that I
Before
might make myself prepared, especially, and I will say that it was kind of a bit of inspiration, if anything, that I joined the ship just because it seemed like I could either go after Bertrand or I would go back to my father, and I didn't want my brother thinking that I was picking sides in that regard, and I just want to find him and bring him home.
Now, you do realize Easel Cross is a vast place. Where exactly do you plan on seeking out your brother?
He was staying in Sirenlaya. That's where most of the Uthundurnian expeditions are. He said he had a yurt over there.
What do you think, Billy? And
Well, she's telling the truth. I know that much. She seems experienced with this mace. I'm half inclined to give it back to her.
How old are you, by the way?
Oh, I'm just shy of 45.
Oh shit.
Oh.
I don't know how dwarves age, so I don't know if that's young for a dwarf or not.
Billy and Veritan. Actually, go ahead. Everyone make a history check. I will say this.
Everyone, make a
I
history
mean, I'm up deck, so probably not, right?
You just feel like reciting history at this point, Olivia. Okay, great.
21.
Okay, Billy, you are familiar with at least like that dwarves do live a long time, sometimes around 350 years.
Okay.
And that they tend
Damn.
to come of age around 50.
Of age at 50?
That in terms of their lifespan, it's kind of like more so when you can say dwarves reach more of an adulthood phase.
Yeah.
Up until then, they're like kids and teenagers.
Yeah, I mean, in this case, you get the sense that she's a young adult. Very newly joined with this kind of idea. Veritan and Eve, you haven't. Eve, you've heard of dwarves and you kind of have an idea that they live a long time, but you didn't really know the time. Alenia, up top, while looking around, you are just enraptured suddenly by the tales of this giant shark that you have heard and how different people have talked about encountering them on occasion. They're quite rare for the size that they are, and it seems that the only thing that you could think of is that because of where you're located, as well as the vastness of this, that it seems to have found a very good feeding ground, and that large creatures might be inhabiting these waters.
Valna, we're friends, right? You and I?
We go back so long.
So long.
How long?
I can't even remember when we met. It's been so long.
Right?
So, when it comes to this hammer, you'd be honest with me. You know very well how to use this, yes?
Well, of course.
You've done extensive training.
Well, I'm a dwarf, and I'm stubborn.
That doesn't mean you've trained with the hammer. How have you trained with this mace? I'm gonna look at.
Trust me.
No. Answer the question. How have you trained with the mace?
Do you know how long it's been since I picked up a hammer and mined in just because I liked to? Do you know how many things that I've hit? Billy, you should know by now that I know how to use that thing.
Do I trust what she's saying?
Make an insight check. And I'll give it to you with advantage too.
With advantage.
16.
It seems like she's very adamant that she knows how to use this thing.
So why are you so concerned with her being able to use this thing?
I just don't want her to be doing something stupid.
Why would I do something stupid? Bertrand did something stupid. He left when he doesn't even know how to lift a hammer. Well, like the little ones, but
I guess
not like this beauty.
what
She just
concerns
reaches out to them all.
me is that you chose to sneak onto the ship rather than
Then volunteer.
volunteer to be
Well,
on
there
the
hasn't
ship.
been a ship in dock for some time, it seems like, and not to mention everything that was going on.
Do you
it
know what's
just-
going on?
I've just heard rumors of some blue stuff that's been going on. I saw them at the inn. Oh, I must say that's a little terrifying to think that that was spreading around. But aside from that, I mean, I just know that I wanted to find Bertrand. I mean, I haven't really been to Pale Bank before, but it seems like a nice place, and I frankly have no idea how to get on a boat or how to sail or do anything like that. And it seemed a lot harder to try and convince people that I could do anything of that sort or be useful. So I thought sneaking on might be the easiest thing. Because if you found me, then at least you're stuck with me.
Well, we are stuck with you. So now that we are stuck with you, here is the deal that will be struck. And I'm going to hand the mace to Veritan and be like, would you like to store this in its usual, in your special pocket?
Of course. And I will lift it up,
It's a very awkward lift.
and I will open my coat, and I will let go of it in there. And right when it falls in, my coat falls, but then my coat opens back up, and Rune pops out and kind of walks up onto my shoulder.
We will give you that mace
is-
back. We will give you that mace back.
That is amazing. Did you see what he just did? Where did it go? How are none of
Yes.
you looking at this like it's the most incredible thing? He just put that entire thing in his cloak, and none of you are even looking at it like it's... Wow.
Listen,
I've seen him
child.
do it.
Who are they?
Now's not the
Let's see him
time,
do it.
Should
child.
have seen the shark.
Ships in shark. Now listen, now that we will give you back that mace after we reach Easel Cross. And after you've proven yourself trustworthy on the journey there.
Well,
Once we're there, you can go and do your own thing. And that's just fine, and you can take that mace. But for now, you have no need of it. We're heading out. And in fact, you should meet the captain, Captain Bowden. He would love to meet you.
is he a friend of yours? I'd love to
He's a
meet him.
very good friend of mine, and he will for sure be a very good friend of you.
Oh, I look
and,
forward to meeting him. He seems so
and
intimidating with
I-
his two eye patches. I didn't know how to approach him. I mean, can you approach someone like that? Like,
Yes, but from the
how do you-
left, or you scare him.
And one
He
more
could-
thing. Now, you're not going to get away sneaking onto the ship without any recourse, so perhaps tonight, and I will point over to the barrel of potatoes, you make dinner for the crew. And peel some potatoes, just to think about what you've done.
Oh,
I'm gonna turn to Veritan. I'm gonna be like, the spell's gonna wear off in about 50 minutes, so she's gonna be very.
at this point, it's about 30
Well,
minutes.
she will have to
About
be.
30 minutes.
She will be reminded.
Anyway, so I lead her up. I lead her up to Bowden.
Okay, so coming up on top of deck, you all emerge with this dwarven girl.
Oh, hey.
And Avelina goes, who are you? And Bowden just turns and goes, this is getting very old.
Bowden, it seems we have a stowaway on your ship. This
State
is
your name.
Valna.
Hi, I'm a friend of Billy's. We go far back, so I figured that it'd be okay if I start away because we know each other from before.
I turn to Bowden privately. I'm like, she's under a bit of I've never met her before in my life. She's a little charmed, just to get her up here.
Isn't he charming?
Ugh.
That is true, though. That is very true.
And Bowden's just gonna look over at you like, who are you people?
I'm over here, bud.
I'm
Over here. Over here.
Volna, what are you doing on the boat? And Volna again kind of recounts the tale of everything that you guys just heard, just going into detail, and it's almost like she's saying the exact same thing word for word in a very friendly manner of like talking about Billy and how you go back, and just kind of talking about her brother and the letters and various things. Indeed.
And then I want to go over to Elenia and just tell her about this dwarf that we found.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So Eve is filling in Elenia, who is just driving the ship and now manning the crew and helping things out. Bowden just calls out, Selly, Mila, and Avelina brings them over as they come over. Perhaps you'd like to meet our new friend, Volna. Volna has decided to join us on the ship by stowing away in a crate of potatoes, and it seems that Billy has convinced her that she can help out with dinner. Would you, the two of you, like to chaperone for the time being? And Mila's like, oh, I've seen her around. She's so cute. She's always praying in the temple and everything else. And Sally's just like, sure, we would be thrilled. Come on, Mila. And Mila is just babbling, talking to Volna. The two of them seem like they have very amicable personalities right now, as they're just talking back and forth. And Mila's just discussing all kinds of things about Pale Bank, what she's discovered, and various things.
Well,
Is there anything else that you'd like to ask her while this is going on?
Yeah, we have her friendly. Is there anything we should ask her before she departs?
I would actually like to ask her with the charm expired, so we could see who we actually are dealing with right now, before we all...
Would you like to tie her up for the time being, or do you think that she'll behave? It's not like she
honest,
has anywhere to go, frankly, and it seems rather stupid to pick a fight on a ship with this many people.
She doesn't have her weapon anymore. We took that from her, so...
Yeah.
Well, I feel like at this point, there's only so much you could do. I can't imagine her being much of a threat to everyone else, especially being more of a threat than a giant shark from the sound of it.
Yeah.
So,
She may prove useful, but for now, she is a stowaway.
yes. Well, I think that the glass blades have her for now, and if they keep an eye on her, at least that'll take care of things until this spell wears off, and we can go from there. And Mila seems to be enjoying her quite well, so I'm sure that with that young elf's personality, who knows what else she might charm.
Okay.
Don't worry, I'll fireball her if she gets out of shape.
Bear.
Well, we don't
Magic
want to
man.
go blowing her up too, so be careful. Keep in mind the ship is made of wood.
This is
It'll
true.
be a very well-placed fireball.
It'd be a wood-friendly fire.
Yeah, wood-friendly.
Wood-
Wet fire.
So,
Right. What was her name? Volva?
Balna, as
well-
you are steering the pinnace.
Um,
Yeah.
are we traveling
Look out,
into
Volva.
the direction of the sun right now, or is it cloudy?
Toward the
Is it...
storm.
So to give you some perspective, we're going to actually jump back to our map.
How far away are we from land? Do we see land still?
So you have gone out. You do see land. You guys are at this point had gone out to about right in here. So you're up kind of by the W.
The W.
Yeah. So
Nice.
you're out by the W over here. You see the edge of the land. The shore is quite a ways away. Like it's, just for some perspective, the size of these squares are 250 miles apiece.
Oh shit.
Yes.
Wonderful.
Wow.
The mountains that I'm seeing, do we see all these mountain ranges and everything?
To the left.
Yeah, like on land. Are we too far away?
So
Is that
behind you, you do faintly make out a little bit of the mountain ranges. Veritan, with your eyes, I will say that you very faintly make out right now the volcano you were so intrigued with. There's just a tiny bit of a glow that you're having looked and know where it is. The sun at this point is starting to crest. It is getting a little bit late. Right now it's about 6 o'clock. It's getting dark. The sun is setting, so it sets in the west at this point, but like southwest. So it's really kind of like down over here. So it's kind of behind you. And as you're looking back, you're kind of seeing a golden light hitting the edges of where Pale Bank is, kind of hitting the mountain range. And you see the storm on the horizon. Again, even with the mountains over here, it is cloudy in that area, and you don't really see much coming to the shore in terms of like high up. You just see a little bit of the shoreline and like this kind of wall where these clouds meet up with the sun.
It's later though, I guess.
It is later in the day. It sets because of how far north you guys are. It sets a little bit earlier in the evening.
Is the moon out?
The moon is coming out tonight. It is, and at this point, let's see.
How's the night sky? Like the dawn, like the dusk.
It is just setting a little bit. Like you're kind of getting close to sunset right now, so it's still kind of golden out. The moon is not quite out yet, Veritin, but you do know just from where it's been that it should be coming out.
Yeah. How's the water? Is it choppy? Is it wavy? Or is it flat, glassy?
Right now, the water, you are getting deep waves, but as Alenia and Billy, I will say that the waves are familiar with open water and the location kind of where you're at, having sailed near in these waters. They are larger waves that you are kind of cresting and coming down and cresting, but it is even in terms of the travel right now. The wind is with you still, and you're kind of heading towards the storm, but overall, the ship is not bouncing that much because you're still on a decently large ship, so it's not like you're dipping in with these waves. It's more like the waves are kind of coming in, and the ship is just like kind of bobbing a little bit as it's going.
I'm just gonna kind of, after I've observed all that, I'm gonna go find a place downstairs and kind of settle in for the trip.
Okay.
I'm gonna continue. I think we're fixing the ship. I'm gonna just continue whatever. Get back to what I was originally doing.
Excellent. So you were going back to fixing the ship, and Billy, at this point, you're kind of hanging out on the edge with Werbin. The two of you are looking out. It's a beautiful sunset as it's kind of going on, and you feel, Billy, you feel at home. It is a breathtaking sight sitting along the side of the ship as you're doing this repair work. The view behind you is tremendous. The view in front of you is intimidating, but at the same time, though, it feels so good to be on a boat. And in where you are, just sitting literally on the side of the boat, looking out, you are flying. You are truly flying above the waterline as you just have the ship right next to you on the side. Alenia, again, you feel there's a normalcy to everything. Despite Bowden not being able to see, this feels like old times. It feels like when you would take the helm before, when Bowden would give you the chance to steer, and the crew around you, everything just has this sense of, it's so nostalgic, and it brings back a lot of happy memories. It's been too long since you have done this, and even seen both Bowden and Avelina this happy. Veritin and Eve, this is all very new to you. You have never experienced anything like this, but simultaneously, it has been quite pleasant this entire time. Surprisingly, very pleasant considering that 1,000 mermaids are steering the ship underneath, and none of them seem to have been harmed.
It's amazing. It's a thing of wonder.
Mm-hmm.
Seriously.
Purely magical.
Pure magic.
All right.
Well,
So this feels like a good stopping point for us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Great. Agreed.
Is there anything that you would like to do in the evening, Veritin, or anyone else? Because we can at this point we can play it out for the evening, going until we actually sleep.
I mean, the evening I will go to dinner when it's made,
Okay.
but I will be kind of journaling, just what I do.
Okay. So at this point we'll start kind of wrapping it up a little bit more. So you all finish your task that you're kind of working on as the sun is setting. You're spending the last bit of time. Billy, you managed to repair the ship with Werbin back to tip-top condition. The Werbin and you had a conversation just discussing how this could have been far worse with that shark, and it is shocking how little damage this shark did to this ship, considering its size.
Corbin, I'm not gonna lie to you, I'm a little surprised too.
I can't tell you that. That was probably the most impressive thing I've ever seen in my entire life, and that's saying something. But
Well, it's amazing what a little inspiration can do to people.
oh, got a little tune you can give for us while we're down here?
Sure, I'll take out my lute and I'll play a little thing to help them with. I don't have any more inspiration points, but I'll just play to help to background for them.
Okay. So again, Billy, you're kind of doing this as you guys are just like fixing the rest of the things. The crew is settling down for the evening. Bowden is working out how to do a night shift of some kind. Veritan, Billy, if you'll join me for a minute, and you're all going to walk over to where Alenia is. We can move through the night if you'd like, but we'll have to have some crew at least manning the helms and doing different things, running in shifts if we're trying to make it the entire way. Otherwise, we can rest for the evening and settle down and start moving at night. But it's a little harder to get through. Granted, we can still navigate. It's really up to you of what you'd like to do. I think we've got a good first day.
I don't know about the rest. Does the boat doesn't get like exhaustion, right? It's a boat. So
no,
like as
a
long
boat,
as it,
theoretically, if it has crew, can continue the entire way.
I think it's best, we're on a time crunch here. I think we should just keep moving on. I don't know about the rest of you.
The one thing I will say is that we know we're going into that storm. I don't know how much rest we will be getting in that storm. So, perhaps if we took a little bit more time before we hit the storm, make sure everyone's settled. It might behoove us at least to get into it. But if you'd like to move, we can move through the evening as well. We can still post a watch. But
that's fair. We can. The storm is coming. You do make a good point. We can rest for now.
It's going to be intense as we go through it, but maybe reward everyone for all the hard work. And if you could do a little bit of that playing, I'm sure it would do wonders for everyone's spirits, especially after the victory today. And
oh yeah,
it would be good. And so, if ever, are you all okay with that? Mm-hmm. Yeet. All right, very well. And you all kind of begin to settle down as the crew starts tying up the sails. Alenia, you are now free from the helm. Your hands are a little sore from kind of navigating everything else like that.
But it feels good.
The ship is anchoring down for the evening as dusk is settling in. The stars are coming out. Veritan and Eve. With the clouds on the horizon, you can't really make out the stars and the edge of it, but at the same time, though, because of where you are in the middle of the ocean at this point, it is a sight that you haven't really seen before because of the vast view of the horizons. You see so far around you, it feels incredible. It feels almost like Veritan, if you could be on the tallest mountain in the world looking out, just in terms of the view itself, it feels like that, just because of how open everything is. Stars are clear tonight, surprisingly. There's a little bit of like kind of cloud, like almost like when you see it like painted across the sky. But for the most part, you see everything. The stars are out in all their glory, and it is.
Are they
really
shimmering off the water?
They are, actually, because you guys have settled right now. The water has its own ripple to it, but it's not quite like glass. But at the same time, though, it does add in this almost three-dimensionality where the ship does feel like it's sitting in the middle of the sky to a certain degree. That's kind of flowing around it. And the moon is coming out tonight. It is about a day away from being quarter full in its first phase.
So it
Or
feels like
second
I'm
phase.
floating in the sky a little bit.
Absolutely. It feels like you're floating in a moving sky because it's still swaying a little bit around you. But it does feel like the ship is in the middle of it. Yeah. It's a breathtaking view.
I will, at the top, like kind of where the first beam is that holds the mast, I will cast light on it and turn it like this blue hue to the deck, so it just kind of covers the deck with a nice blue light.
You have to go up and touch it.
I'll do it as high as I can touch then. Whatever.
Okay. There is actually
you know what? I will have Rune come out and climb up and touch it.
So there is in fact a crow's nest at the top of the mast. The foremast, it's about halfway up, where the lookout would be and such. But wherever you would like Rune to do it, go for it.
I don't want to put it. I want to put it actually nearest the helm, so that way that person has the light. But I also would like to. I don't want to put it too high that it's going to fade the light off. I want it to actually illuminate the deck.
Sure. So we'll say that Rune jumps out and gets the idea of what you'd like to do as you kind of sent this message to her, and you watch as she does something that you weren't quite sure she could do, and she actually climbs the mast itself and manages to go up about halfway up the mast and looks back at you. Tails kind of flowing in the wind. All the sailors are intrigued now at this point as they watch this
She has
beautiful
like a
fox.
slight glow in the night.
Oh, she is actually glowing herself. The moon is out, and she is. It seems like is almost reflecting that light as well.
I would like Rune, as I kind of focus in on her, my glove will start to kind of. I'll see a little light shine from under my glove, and then I will close my eyes, and at the same time, Rune is going to touch the mast with her nose, and you'll see a light start to illuminate from there.
Perfect. And you all watch again as Rune just almost emits this light, is already glowing, and this light kind of touches from her, and the mast glows out far brighter now than where Rune was, and it just illuminates the whole deck underneath her in this beautiful, cool light. It's in coupling with the moon itself and the stars. The ship looks almost like it's bathed in this like kind of pale white light. It's almost ethereal how it feels on the water right now because of this glow in combination with the moon and the stars. It's breathtaking and magical.
And with that, I'm going to throw my hood up, call Rune as she crawls up, and kind of doesn't go in my pocket, just goes in my jacket, and I'll hold her. And then I'm just gonna go downstairs, petting her, and go to sleep.
Okay. And as this is happening, you hear some scuffling from downstairs. Let me go! Look, I don't know what you did to me earlier, but I have to say that I'm not okay with it, and frankly, I feel like I was taken advantage of. And you just see Volna coming from up deck with the two glass blades in her arms, and Neely is just smiling at her. Volna, it's okay. Everything is fine. No one is angry at you. I'm telling you, they're all such nice people. It's fine. Calm down. And Sally looks just miserable holding on to her, just like as they kind of walk up. Where is he? Where is the dragon?
I'm gonna stop her, and I'm going.
As you're heading down, you are heading down this way. They are coming from the other side.
This way.
So there's two stairs that lead down below deck.
Am I seeing supposed to be seeing the ship right now?
Are you not seeing it?
I'm seeing the map.
No, we have the map.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Map's fine.
Gosh.
I don't need the ship.
Go.
Yeah.
So Veritan, you're heading down this way. She came up from this side.
Okay, well then I'll just go to bed.
You just see this and just go,
Go
nope, and
I
just
don't
walk
care.
downstairs.
Yeah, at this point,
Great.
whatever. She's on the water. I don't give a shit.
Billy, are you playing your lute at this point?
Last thing I was doing was with the guys fixing the ship, and I was playing my lute for them.
Okay, so you've been kind of playing your lute a little bit more, and this light has come in. Dinner is kind of getting prepared downstairs. Bowden and Avelina are just talking about the first watch and how to kind of arrange things. And then everyone else seems to be kind of just doing their own thing at this point. You do see Volna just looking for you. Where is he? Where is he?
I'm just gonna keep playing my lute. I'm not gonna get her attention or anything. I'm just gonna stay there and keep playing.
And she kind of looks over and sees you, and Mila just goes, "It's okay, Volna. We're gonna go get some food. We can talk in the morning. Everything's fine. Just don't worry about it." And, like, he's such a good guy. And she just they both just lead her back downstairs, and she just makes eye contact with Bowden. It's just, "Hi, Bowden. It's good to see you." And Bowden just makes eye contact with Bowden. That sucks.
I know.
Bowden just smiles and says, "Thank you, Mila, for your help. Sally, I can imagine that you are there as well, and keep up the good work." And Volna's just like, "What is with everyone on this ship? Everyone's so nice, but I know that it's not true. I saw what you did to me." And they just go back down below deck, and you just hear some more like kind of like struggling and things. And food comes back up. It's good. It looks like there's a fresh clam chowder that Avelina's recipe. The crew is just digging into this evening as like music is just like faintly. Billy, you're just lightly strumming the notes. It's almost just like kind of empty music, just to fill the waters, not to disturb it. And it's calm, it's pleasant. And looking out of the storm on the horizon, all of you see it kind of faint cracks of lightning in the distance. But for now, the ship is at peace.
And that's where we end it?
Mm-hmm. That's where we end.
Okay.
Fabulous.
Great.
I mean, you did charm this girl, and now she's here, so it's like, that is still something, but...
I knew it would come back around.
I have to say, I hate all of you. that was honestly, I have to say, this is what it was.
Andy.
You guys haven't had a combat session in so long that
Dude,
frankly, it was great that you guys excelled in such a fantabulous way. But I hated all of you because that shark, I really wanted to do something.
Nope. Didn't stand a chance.
Nope. You guys, that looked like you just skipped all the movie of Jaws and went straight to the end.
Seriously.
Yep, bye, bitch.
We shoved that canister in its mouth and blew it the fuck up.
Oh my god, I couldn't believe it.
Smile, you son of a bitch.
And it rolled a nat 1, and every single one of you got a nat 20. I was just like, this is unreal.
That's pretty good.
Dude, Veritan was MVP that combat. That was amazing.
Dude, the dissonant whispers to turn away. I mean, frankly,
Oh yeah, man.
did not realize how potent that would be in that situation.
Yeah. The second that I saw that shark coming, I was like, oh, I know what
Yeah, I mean, all of you. I mean, Eve, Guiding Bolt, just crushing it out of nowhere, casting the spell. Veritan, Chromatic Orb. Billy, Dissonant Whispers. And then Elenia, like, I know that...
Use the ship shit.
You know, you wanted to do a lot of things, but, like, the ship is still, like, a very...
Well, I couldn't just
tool.
leave the ship unmanned, so
No, you're literally, like...
gonna use... Yeah.
No, that was good. That was
and honestly, I mean, those ballista can do quite a bit of damage.
It did 26 damage.
I know,
Yeah.
and their range is pretty absurd too. So it's like if
Yeah.
used properly,
Wasn't mad about it.
It's not a joke.